Radio
95.1 FM.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing. Need to be the start.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Tyson get right hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
Listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports, Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
An amazing and a wonderful afternoon to each and every one of you out there. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. Good afternoon to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another exciting, amazing, and fun-filled Sunday's marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, right here on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people, and obviously we give you a voice, and this time in the world of sports. So get ready, get everything that you need, as it's time for us to take flight right here on PH Premium. Call that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, happy Sunday to you. First of all, my name is Osasi Hiwin. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man seated right here to drive you from now up until we get to switch things from talking all the sports to talk football. And football, it has to be the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which is ongoing. A lot happening already from America right now. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as I said it, yes, that's how it is. Today is the Sunday's edition of the show, and you know how we do it right here on Today's Sports Live, the Sunday's edition. Basketball, call that. Formula One, also boxing, maybe on the show. We'll talk all of that before we switch our attentions to look at what's happening from the football side of things, which, as usual, normally we talk football from the European scene, but this time it's going to be the FIFA World Cup. And then by 4:30 p.m., we'll switch things to talk football from the Nigerian perspective. We'll call that the African perspective. We've got one African side doing Africa proud right there at the 2026 World Cup. I believe believe we will be talking about that when we get to the Nigerian stroke African side of things, and that is the Atlas Lions of Morocco holding on 5-time world champions Brazil, call them the Seleção of Brazil, to a 1-0 draw. In fact, they took the fight to the Brazilians in that particular encounter, and you could say, I will support Morocco. It doesn't matter whatever happened in the African Cup of Nations. Yes, I will support a good football playing side, and that is exactly what I will be doing right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not alone in the studio. I've got one gentleman right here looking dapper this beautiful Sunday afternoon. He's Alex Kabari, and together we are definitely going to give you the best experience you can get coming from the world of sport. And Alex is here. He's looking fly this afternoon. And I'm saying good afternoon to you, Alex. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Osasa. Thank you very, very much for that. I could say same about you. I mean, looking ever so dapper on that. I've forgotten what the outfit exactly it's called.
Is it called it's called the English Senator.
Perfect. With the glasses to complement.
Yeah.
So you really have that Sunday look keyed in there. That was also a brilliant goal by Nestori Irakunda. We have on our screens the replay of that Australia's shocker.
And he looks
I remember when he was 15 playing for Bayern's academy, trying to break into the Bayern system.
Are you serious that guy is 20?
Well, no comments. No comments. Yeah, I mean, we had someone also yesterday for the Atlas Lions. That is Boadi, who is 18 years of age.
Ayub Boadi,
yeah. 18 years of age.
He's now the new midfield maestro. Yes,
according to 90 minutes performances. Because of a 90-minute performance, he's now the new midfield maestro. But I've seen him do this for Lille in the French Ligue 1, and it's come as no surprise to me. I've watched him in the Europa League, which Lille also got as far as the quarterfinals against Aston Villa. So we've seen him before, but if you really look at him, does he look 18? So there are questions about his age.
I know him, Mama.
A lot of persons have gone online asking him and his classmates in school to fall out and give us explanations. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Yes, but it's that Sunday edition yet again, and it's one of those ones where it's special. It's made extra special because of the fact that the World Cup is ongoing. But other than the World Cup, of course, we still have other places to look at. Tennis. If you had to bounce down to tennis, you would find out that it is grass season. We've officially moved from sand to grass, or from clay to grass, and lots of ATP 500s, lots of WTA 500s all over the world. There is one in Great Britain, the final between Donna Vekic. That is Donna Vekic
and Emma
Raducanu in that final. There's the Stuttgart final between Taylor Fritz, Ben
It's an American all affair.
Yeah, there's another one at Netherlands between Alex de Minaur and Camille Majrak. He's trying to get ready for Wimbledon. Wimbledon is in about a month's time, so everybody is getting their rackets ready and trying to get accustomed to the English weather, because that is where Wimbledon is going to be held. And of course, if we have to switch over to basketball and head over to the USA, yes, we have a new NBA champion.
Yeah.
A new one.
Yeah.
And the 8th
Arsenal
NBA
took 23 years to get this one done.
No, we can't compare. We can't compare. 53. The Knicks took 50. It's not remotely close. So very, very far.
So the year 2026 is a special one.
It's a special.
Yeah, if you haven't touched it before, this year, make sure you touch it. Yeah. If you have not touched money before, touch money this year. Yes.
It's a really special one when you have to look at the things that are unfolding in major leagues around the world, or SAS. If we were to still stick with basketball, the likes of Olympiacos in a very long time.
The fake NBA. Just go there.
The likes of Victor Wembanyama, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic, they all came from the EuroLeague. They all came from playing in different clubs in Europe. So I'd like to differ. And these guys are currently busting it up. If we had to look all around, take it back to football. Debutants, people who just came into the league in the same season. They were promoted the same season and they won the league in the same season. That's FC Thorn of Hungarian league. Etogio winning the league ahead of Ferencváros, who is a domestic name.
Yeah.
In Ludogorets, Bulgaria, that's Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Ludogorets failed to win the league for the first time in 15 seasons.
Yeah.
We saw Levski Sofia do it. It's this unannounced dominance. So I mean, it's everywhere. If I had to list them category by category, you'd find out that there are a lot of title winners. I mean, go to the Chinese league. Chengdu Rochen has a 16-point lead. They've not won the league in about 15 plus years now. It's been dominated by the clubs from Shanghai.
Yeah.
So it's a special year, 2026. I could almost compare it to last year, where in cup competitions we were seeing teams who had never won it before. Bologna, Crystal Palace with the FA Cup, Bologna with the Italian Cup, and the likes of what's that club? Go Ahead Eagles.
Go Ahead Eagles in the
Eredivisie, making their appearance too in Europe because of winning their cup. We saw Stuttgart too winning the DFB Pokal.
Bournemouth coming to the UEFA Champions League.
Exactly. So I mean, it's been special, and it's what we like to see in sports when it's something different. But the NBA pinpoints something I like to see, because it's 4 teams from the East and 4 teams from the West who have been named NBA champions in the last 8 years. There is no Golden State dominance. There is no Spurs dominance. There is no what other team would we say? Lakers or Boston Celtics, because those are the teams that have had the most number of NBA titles. There's no dominance of any. Very open field, and everybody right now will look at it and want to throw in their hats and say, okay, we have a 0.3 chance of winning the NBA finals next year, but
we can
if
push
we can
above
get
our
there,
weight.
exactly,
Yeah.
we can get there. I mean, you've had different ones, from Raptors to Lakers to Malawi, Boston Celtics, and now L'Affaire, and everybody wants to throw their weight at it. So who says the Charlotte Hornets, who have had an impressive season this season, could not build on it and get even better momentum to go to next season? Who says the San Antonio Spurs will not come back with a vengeance like never felt before? So it's what we want to see, and I think it's what delivers that competitiveness. So we'll get to touch all of that and many more. So just stay tuned, and it promises to be a very, very interesting one as always. It's always the marathon edition, and it will all
here on Today Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for me to introduce you into the show, because it's not complete without you. And you know that you can always be part of the conversation at any point in time. You can do that through the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as is currently open right now. The numbers to drop your reactions to are 0701 933 9962. I'll take that again, slower this time. 0701 933 as we go on the show, and you will definitely enjoy this ride as we go ahead. We'll throw open the phone line later on the show to take your reactions as we get talking. For the phone line, you can take it down. It is 0810 951 0951. We are also on social, so you can connect with us via our social media handles. On YouTube, we're live at Today951FM, at Today951FM. So you can go over there. Alex has talked about how we're looking right here in the studio, so you can go over there on YouTube and check out for yourself how we look right here in the studio. So on Facebook, you can catch us at Today95.1 FM, at Today95.1 FM. On Instagram, we are at Today FM 951, at Today FM 951. On X, it's the same handle, at Today FM 951. On Twitch, yes, we are there at Today FM 951. And you can also listen to us via our website, which is to www.todayfmlive.com. Go over to the homepage or the menu list and the radio apps, tune in, as well as Radio Garden app. Go over to these apps and search for Today 95.1 FM, and you will be here with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a lot to talk about already on the show. Athletics, basketball, call that tennis, call Formula One, and everything that we have right here for you on other sports before we switch to talk football. So get ready for it, sit back, relax, and let's enjoy the show together.
Hello, my name is Kanuanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
All right, welcome to the business side of things as we get talking, and we are starting from the home front. Yes, the home front today is, they say charity begins at home, and we are starting right from here. And where else? It's athletics, as Nigeria's athletes delivered an electrifying record-breaking performance at the 2026 NCAA Division 1 Outdoor Track and Field Championship at Hayward Field in Eugene, Oregon, bringing home multiple national titles and historic collegiate records. Some of the standout performances that did come over the week as well as into this weekend. We had in the men's 100 meters, Nigeria picked up gold as the Auburn University's Kanyisola Ajayi. If you have been listening to athletics of recent, you will know that this man is on fire. In fact, after Toby Amoso now, the next we are looking at is Kanyisola Ajayi. I don't know if he's even on the same level with Toby Amoso, but for Toby's exploits before now, for Toby's precedence before now, we just give her that crown as the most influential Nigerian athlete right now. But this young man, Kanyisola Ajayi, is making waves. He's pulling grounds. He's shaking tables. He's breaking legs. He's doing a lot in the world of athletics that everybody has to have an eye on him right now. I think Noah Niles needs to look out for Kanyisola Ajayi. I'm not hyping him excessively, but yes, the World Athletics Championship will be coming, and I think Noah Niles needs to look off his shoulders when it has to do with Kanyisola Ajayi. So Kanyisola Ajayi won the men's 100 meters gold coming from the NCAA Division 1 Outdoor Track and Field Championship right there in Oregon. He ended it in a blistering 9.72 seconds, a plus 2.2 meters per second wind assisted run right there for Kanyisola Ajayi. And he becomes only the third Nigerian in history to win the NCAA 100 meters crown, and earlier lowered the Nigerian national record to 9.84 seconds. So this man has already done a sub 10 multiple times this season. And where else is he going to? Closely, it has to be the Commonwealth Games in Scotland, in Glasgow, Scotland, and Nigeria definitely will be counting on Kanyisola Ajayi to go there, break records and scatter things and bring back the gold medal. After all, they have been told that 20 gold medals is what we are expecting right here in Nigeria, coming from the Director General of the National Sports Commission, talking about Honorable Bukola Olakpade. So it's Kanyisola Ajayi's call right now to go there and find a way to bring back or add to those gold medals right there. And he's showing every glimpse of it. He's showing every spark that is needed for somebody who is going to pick up a gold medal right there at the Commonwealth Games. Nigeria didn't stop there. For the men's 400 meters, Alabama's Samuel Ogazi successfully defended his outdoor title, picking another gold medal and shattering the collegiate record with a world-leading 43.38 seconds, making him the fourth fastest man in history over the distance. That's the 400 meters. It's not there also that it all ended, as in the women's high jump, it was gold medal for Temitope Adesina as she claimed her first NCAA outdoor crown in the high jump, clearing a massive 1.96 meters to win on count back in a flawless competition. To the men's 200 meters is now on the tracks. It was silver medal for Israel Okon, and I understand because Israel Okon, I think he would have given a run for the gold medal in that particular one, but he did this with an injury, and you could even see the race. He limped off across the line, just a few. Call that a few. I don't think that's even up to. That shouldn't be up to 5 meters. About a meter plus to the finish line. He limped in and finished with a silver medal in that particular one. But he was really in on the guy who finished with the gold medal. Very close, almost. If maybe there was an extra, let's say 5 meters, with him being pretty fit, he would have picked up a gold medal in that particular one. I'm talking about Israel Okon in the men's 200 meters. He picked up silver there, a good one also. And in the men's discus throw, it was a bronze medal for Vincent Eguke, who secured the bronze with a personal best throw of 63.89 meters. I can go ahead to call the performances of Nigerian athletes in various areas, not only the NCAA Division 1 Outdoor Track and Field Championship, but even in every other part of the world. Number one, it's time these foreign universities, foreign championships begins to take Nigerian athletes very, very serious, because now the performances are coming in. You can't say these athletes are not up to par. They are not up to the level or up to the grade. Right now, the Nigerian athletes, even abroad, are showing you that talent Lomogo. Yes, right here in Nigeria, we've got talent. And the truth is, we haven't even harnessed up to 10% of the talents that we have. The same guys like Vincent Igoku, Israel Okon, Kaisola Ajayi, Samuel Ogazi, who have many Samuel Ogazis here that have not been discovered. Many Kaisola Ajayis here that have not been discovered. Many Temitope Adeshinas here that have not been discovered. And so much to talk about when it has to do with athletics. Each time we see these kinds of performances, we just look back at our administration and we say, why is it that the only natural disaster that we have right here in Nigeria is bad administration? Look at these talents, look at these results, look at these performances that we have right here. If these were backed with quality administration, I think where we have the likes of the United States in athletics, track and field, where we have the likes of the United Kingdom, track and field, where we have the likes of China in track and field or in athletics as a whole, Nigeria can go toe-to-toe competing with these countries. But let me stick with you, Alex, because we just had Henry. In fact, let Henry say hi to everybody. Henry, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Osas. Good afternoon to Alex and to our lovely listeners. Great to be here.
Did you go to church? Did you attend?
Let's not shake that tree. Let's not shake that tree.
All right, that's Henry there telling everybody that he's very close to the Lord. But I'll stick with Alex on this particular one. Alex, you're seeing these performances and you're asking yourself, where could Nigeria be in athletics in the next 5 years? Yes, within the next 5 years, we should have the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games. With all of these that you're seeing, where would Nigeria be in the next 5 years? And would it be shocking to you if Nigeria goes to the Los Angeles Olympic Games and still come back without a medal the way they did from Paris 2024?
Well, first of all, I just have to say huge congratulations to Kaisola Ajayi, but I don't think it is surprising what he has been doing over the last couple of months. He has been that man that has found a resurgency, and it is all about discovering those talents, like you did say. He burst onto the scene with lots and lots of energy, like Somto said about Henry yesterday. Henry brought in the energy. I don't know if Henry's still bringing in that energy right about now, but yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have those talents, and it's another thing to discover it. It's one thing to discover it, and it's another thing to harness and make them reach their full potential. There's a level, there's a bar that is expected that these athletes could get to, and many of them sadly do not even get to that bar. Many of them are not discovered, many of them are not even seen, so it takes a collective effort to be able to discover or spot these talents early on, to nurture them, and to sort of have an insight on what their potential could be, and to make sure that it is being harnessed properly. I always like to say this, but when I was drumming in on it, it was always in football, because in secondary school, for every set that my secondary school had, we had one player or one particular person that had the potential to be a very, very good world-class player. There was always that one person. I think everybody who has ever been to a footballing institute can admit it to themselves, that there's always that one person that when he touches the ball or when he does anything on the pitch, he looks like he's destined to be at the very top. And at some point, you're asking yourself, what is this person doing here, and why is this person not in an academy? Because of their actions and everything, and barely, very, very few of them make it to the very top. I remember from my set, I could remember 2 sets above me, and each of them playing at the most magical level possible for a grassroots competition. And then when you look back at where they are, and it just looks like, okay, yes, they have gone on to do other things in life. Maybe they are no longer as sports oriented. Everyone's one Saturday they would find their way with training kits, and that is where it ends. But you just look at it and say, in a place where talents are managed properly, these guys should be playing at least at the very highest level, or at one of the top levels. I mean, we could look back at it and say, yes, it may look like it doesn't matter much. It may look like it doesn't mean much, particularly the inter-house sports competitions back in school. You could go all the way back and just say, oh yes, he's the fastest runner there, but obviously you're pitting him up against global superstars and you're saying, nah, he does not stand a chance. But that is actually where it starts from. That is where these talents are discovered. Most of them were athletes all the way from the high school days, all the way from even the college days too. So you have to be able to look at them and identify these talents and say, okay, yes, if we want to nurture the best of the best, if we want to also nurture those with the capacity and the ability for even greater potentials, you have to be able to look at these competitions as a way of sourcing them out. You do not have to look at it as just an inter-house competition. You don't have to look at it as just something that is done to sort of keep the buzz between the kids, between the children, and you're just competing for fun. No, I think you could take it seriously, because you could send scouts, you could look at who has potentials, you could look at the records, who is a tracker, where they would compete on the 100 meters, they could compete even on the 200, and they could compete even for the hurdles, for the ones that had more extensive competitions. And you would say, okay, this person looks like an all-rounder. It looks like someone who can fit in very well on the track. So even if his calling or his purpose is not in the 100, let's try him in the 200. Even if he doesn't work in the 200, let's try him in the hurdles. I think those are the best places where these talents are discovered, Osas. And if you don't pay keen attention to the grassroots, you don't pay keen attention to them at their smallest, or should I say them when they're still in their youthful spree. And it doesn't even have to be college. I was mentioning high school. It could even probably be even the primary section too. But you could fish out these talents early on, and you could give them a chance at not only representing the country, but of course also bettering their lives too. It's part of the advantage that they get. So I think if we have the right facilities, because your question centered about 10 years time, Osas, and I'm saying in 10 years time our star names will be gone, or we have left, or we have departed the track and field events. Most of them, there are still some, a couple of them that are young, but if we have to talk about the profound track and field athletes right now, the likes of Toby and Musa and the rest of them, you would see that maybe some may not be competing at the very highest anymore. So it's now about who do you have left that can breed a future generation of athletes? Who do you have left in those confines, in those lockers, that can tell them, okay, this is how you are expected to go. This is the standard that has been set already by your presidents, and you are expected to follow them. So I just think it's a level that is attainable. We can get to the very top level. There's been signs, there's been encouraging performances, but there's still a long way to go. There's still a lot of work that could be done to see that team flourish, or a team of athletes flourish in every way possible. I mean, you want to bring out the best in a certain group of people, then you need to give them the right facilities to work with. You need to make sure that everything that is basically about them is well covered for, is well catered for, and just give them that platform to be able to shine, and don't have one or two ideas about maybe someone not working out immediately, and then there's this screening process where you're like almost dumped out immediately before not giving immediate results. Yes, I'll put it that way. So I would just like to see a system that welcomes them and finds out who these potentials are early, which is why we always like to talk about grassroots football. We try to grassroots sports. I meant to say we try to prioritize grassroots sports. And what was that project called? Fish them. Is it Find Them Out? Fish them out.
Fish them young.
Find them young. So. I think it's all about the country has to do a really, really better job at that. The federation and the people in charge have to do a better job at making sure that, yes, these talents are not only found, but they are found early on. And you're going to be able to harness them. You're going to be able to nurture them. Not everybody is going to compete at the highest level. Yes, it is obvious. But if you do a better job of picking them out on time, you give yourselves and you give them a better chance of adapting to the conditions that are expected of them when they get to represent the country. So yes, it is very attainable. The ceiling that Nigeria has for a 10-year span it's high, Osas. It's very, very high. But it's all about what the federations are going to be thinking. What are the basic things you're thinking of doing, and how well are you going to try to improve the conditions of these athletes, and basically just get them in your confines early on so that you could begin to work on them as soon as possible. And I think that's what really, really matters when we have to talk about a 10-year span and how good or how far we could come on the athletic scale in a 10-year period.
All right. A lot there talked about by Alex Kabari as he has given his own insight on where we could be in the next 5 to 10 years in the world of athletics. We see Nigerian athletes are currently on fire. And Henry, coming over to you, yeah, we've always complained about the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, those at the helm of affairs when it has to do with administration in athletics, but it's still happening, and we're seeing great performances coming from our athletes. Most likely these days, just like what we are seeing in football, we always use football as a reference point. We used to export talents from the Nigerian Premier Football League in the early 90s and late 80s directly to Europe. But these days, it's no longer the case. Rather, we see players move from academies out. Zadok Johanna is one of the most recent examples you could see, all the way from the Ikon Ala, that should be Ikon Ala Boys Academy. He moved out to AIK. From there, he has moved to Brighton and Hove Albion in the English Premier League. And you're saying, is the same thing happening in the world of athletics? Because these days we see private athletics academies, private athletics institutes, and from there, because these guys we are seeing, the likes of Kanyisola, the likes of Ogazi, the likes of Desina, you could see that they are linked to, for example, Samuel Ogazi is in Alabama, in one of the universities there. For Kanyisola, he's in the Auburn University, and these are more or less like affiliates outside that pick these talents and give them scholarships. As they go there, they study, they also participate for these universities in certain championships like the NCAA. And the NCAA is that big, yeah, because it could also serve as some sort of qualification slot for some of these events, even in big competitions like the World Athletics Championship and even the Olympic Games. And Henry, I'm asking right now, do you think that the success and the good performances that we are seeing is as a result of what, in quotes, the Tonubo Okowa-led Athletics Federation of Nigeria has been doing? Because these days we hear so much coming from the National Sports Commission in terms of input into sports. We hear Honorable Bukola Olakwade talking here. We hear Malam Shehu Diko on the other end talking about improved. It's actually called what's it called from the president? The renewed sports initiative. Yes, coming from the president, and we're looking at it. Is it all these successes, is it a figment of that renewed sports initiative? Or do you think that there are underground works being done by certain individuals, certain organizations, as well as certain institutes to ensure that our athletes begin to go. For example, Miracle Ezechiku is one that was discovered by the MTN champs at the Youth Games. And she was listed under the Junior Athletics, International Junior Athletics, that's the IJA. And she's doing big things right now. And we're saying, is it a figment of these entities like the MTN champ? Or do you think that the government has started imputing into sports? Because we hear it very well from the National Sports Commission and everybody related to it. Abi, is it audio talks, as we used to call Bobo Jews in this side of the world, Henry?
Sometimes, Osas, you want to believe that it's audio talks. Honestly, you want to toe that line because we barely see what the federations are doing, even to organize common trials for the home base athletes. We see how they are being treated. Then is it talking about spending money when it comes to athlete development? Look, we have private things like the MTN championships. You have private academies. You also have parents. That are spending their money.
Yeah, we see them in Lagos. The parents go as far as even pushing, supporting, as well as sponsoring their kids.
So we see that happen. So honestly, when you look at all this, you ask yourself, where does the federation actually come in? Because you know for a fact that they literally don't do anything. Let's be frank, let's be realistic. They don't do anything, and a lot of these athletes, it's just like in football. Using football as an example, we see it. Water FC, we see Iko Ala, we see Will Bros, the Tire Academy. Like, you look at the current Super Eagles squad today, how many players they played in the MPFL or are from MPFL clubs? They weren't. So you only have about 2 or 3. And they were from these academies that were loaned to these MPFL clubs. They were deemed not good enough in the MPFL, but they went to Europe, and their national team players and the best in the MPFL, so-called best in the MPFL, that were
cannot break into the Super Eagles.
Go to Tanzania and don't cut it, and have to come back to the MPFL at the end of the day, and they can't even make it into the Super Eagles squad. So it just shows the decay in the system. That's just all I have to say about it. It just shows the decay in the system. Literally nothing is being done. We just go, we produce addicts. Enito Oshodi, during the WTT Challenger in Lagos, he complained about it. He talked about the fact that he's no longer the president of the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation, but he talked about the fact that Nigerian athletes just can't compete now globally in table tennis. I mean, at the time we had Aruna Quadri, Funke Oshonaike, what's the name of this other man again? Shegu Toriola. We had these guys. They could compete, but now we can't. Tayo Motayo, the young guy that is trying to come up and so on, they can't just compete. They can't compete because the federations are not even doing enough to actually give these guys the stepping stone or the lift or the aid they need to actually compete. What is private table tennis like? In Quadri is in Portugal, playing for one of the teams in Portugal. He's traveled around. He's played in Germany. He's played in Turkey. Their leagues, their teams. These people train. They play every day.
His kids are there, pushed by him.
Yes, they are being pushed by him. Now, the biggest hope we probably have is his 15-year-old son that is actually doing well in the junior circuits now. So that could be probably Nigeria's next stop. But you look at it, okay, what is the federation actually
doing about it?
What is the league setup like? Because a lot of people do not know this, but there's a table tennis league globally. There are table tennis leagues in every country globally, around the world. In China, they have their league. In in Portugal, and they sign players, they sign contracts, they earn money. That's what Quadri does. He lives in Portugal.
Yeah,
he lives in Portugal. For those who don't know, that's how it works. A lot of these sports we talk about, they have their respective leagues in their country. They have meets.
In athletics, NCAA is a league.
The NCAA is the collegiate setup in the United States.
Yeah.
There are multiple divisions. There are D1 colleges, D2 colleges. There are colleges that even the Ivy Leagues have their own league, but it's only part of the NCAA. And if you meet the qualification time, you go for the national NCAA championships. The main stuff. Now we have about 2 or 3 Nigerians there, or 4 that are currently running for us. Now we develop the athletes here. Let me say we develop the athletes. We see the raw talent here. And the club, the private institutions have done the best they can. Their parents have done the best they can. Then, due to the national, maybe during national trials, national sports festival, and also because, let's say it as it is, they know is a bedrock of talent. Nigeria is a bedrock. Some of these universities also have scouts that come here to actually try and see if they can pick up one or two runners after all, and they end up going. I mean, even Favor Philly from here, went through the NCAA. She went to LSU like Duplantis and Sha'Carri Richardson. That's LSU is one of the best when it comes to athletics, or when it comes to in the NCAA. They have one of the best athletics programs in the United States, Louisiana State University. So like from here she moved. They deemed her good enough to be part of the team. That shows you the talent we have. But the federation is not doing enough. They are not doing anything else. Let's say it as it is. We look at these guys are good. They were competing with the local lads also. But when they go abroad, you now see the huge disparity or the huge gap between them and the local lads, and you now ask yourself, what are they doing that we are not doing? Or why is it we are not doing what we should do? It's not what are they doing that we are not doing, because it means that we are doing something but we're not really getting it right. The question is, why are we not
getting it right?
Why are we not doing anything at all? Why are we not doing anything at all? You go to Uniport, you see a lot of athletes. Some of them represent the country. They are part of the local and indigenous athletes.
Some of them represent the university, even in Nougat games. And
they don't get any funding. Everything is out of pocket.
But we hear every day that 268 billion has been allocated.
268 billion. Sorry to say it, where they go voicemail. Can you account for it? Can the National Sports Commission, the Sports Ministry in the past, the federations come out and account for it? Or SARS, if a federation president enters any of the federations in this country, be it the athletics, the rest, the books, you might not even have the book to publish, because the accounts might not even be there. And even if those books are published, it will cause an outcry. Because we know a lot of funds are being misappropriated and they're not being used for the right thing. Even if they might say it's not enough. But when you look at it, factor in inflation, standard of living, cost of living in Nigeria, trust me, what they have can go a long way. But sorry, they don't do what they are meant to do. That's the simple truth.
Okay, that's the situation of athletics right here in Nigeria, and we keep looking at it, we keep talking about it. We have athletes, we have talents around the world doing it really, really big. Mentioned a couple, Kanyisola Ajayi is there, Samuel Ogazi is there, Temitope Adesina is there, Israel Okun, Tima God Bless, even our own Favour Philly is also there. She did compete under the umbrella of Nigeria some few weeks back, and she's also there. Talents are here, but what's happening? Why are we not at the level where we are supposed to be? That's one huge question that we keep asking. We hear it looks like the National Sports Commission are getting themselves on the right direction these days because fundings are made available, as well as very prompt responses are also made available for athletes to be able to rediscover their great sports, yes, at this point. But it's still not working. And we're looking at it at this point and we're saying, where do we see Nigerian athletics from now until the next 5 years? Yes, you can react to that via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's open right now, and for the phone line, I'll throw it open pretty soon to take your reactions when it has to do with athletics. But on that note, we move ahead right now. Let's talk some tennis.
This game has changed. It's moved on. This is a new era, a new dawn. Legends pass the torch to new stars above. Traditions transform, but still starting with love. Youth, on and off the court, is starting to rise. Champions of purpose and planet, under stadium lights. Culture shaping, shot making, carbon saving, innovation. Young princes, all striving for their coronation. This is new drama, a new generation. Players that share preconceptions, raise expectations, exude fortitude. The sport now comes with a new attitude. From quiet to loud, please. This is our new premise. This, and this, and this. This is the ATP Tour. This is tennis.
Yes, this is tennis as we continue to look forward to the change of courts in the world of tennis. It's all about the grass court right now. Every weeks back, that's talking about for the male side of things, a new champion, Alexander Zverev, or simply called Shasaverev in that particular one. And for the ladies, also a new champion, Mira Andreeva, in that particular one. Some stellar runs we did see from the likes of Maya Schwanliska, as she did move from being a qualifier to a finalist in the just concluded French Open. But it's all about the build-up to Wimbledon, yes, which has to do with the grass courts. And talking about that build-up, Yannick Sinner could boycott the U.S. Open's recently introduced mixed doubles event over an argument over prize money. The tournament revamped the competition last year. Sinner was due to play alongside Katerina Siniakova, but withdrew due to some illness. And the tournament saw Carlos Alcaraz team up with British number one Ima Raducanu. Novak Djokovic played alongside Olga Danilovic. It was also an event that saw the running of some pairing before the singles draws. And eventually winners of that particular mixed double were Sara Errani of Italy and Andre Vavasori, also of Italy. They claimed the prize money of $1 million. That's around £745,000. However, the Times has reported that players, including Yannick Sinner, are threatening to boycott the event amid demands that the prize pot be boosted and improvements over players' welfare be made. The threat is the latest by a group of players who want to pick up a significant increase in the prize money offered during Grand Slams. We saw that during the French Open, and a lot of persons actually attributed the exit of big players in the French Open to the fact that they were unhappy with the whole prize money issues. Remember that the players said that they would limit interviews or media interactions because of that prize money protest that was going on. So that's exactly how it is from the French Open. And it has still returned here as some players have also limited pre-tournament media availability to 15 minutes. That's after the French Open. The protest is still on. And in Wimbledon, for Wimbledon, they confirmed that the total money available for this year's tournament has now been increased by £10.7 million. The champion will take £3.6 million, and those losing in the first round are now guaranteed £80,000. That's in Wimbledon for this particular year. So the total prize money has now risen by 25% from last year, and players have made it clear that they want 22% of the total revenue made, a threshold that has not been reached despite the increase. And here is what England's club chair Deborah Jevans had to say to this, and I'm quoting her. She says, "We've always been clear that we are on the side of the players, in the sense that we want to have a fantastic Wimbledon for them. But using revenues to determine prize money, it just makes no sense." And we have said that to Larry Scott, who happens to be the players' representative. She went on to say that revenue does not take into account the investments that we make. We're not for profit. We're very different from a Masters 1000 event. Everything goes back into the sport. So I am frustrated that the message hasn't gotten across, but we have constant dialogue with Larry in this regard, and we are hoping that with your help, that messages will get across to the players to understand the investment back into the game, which is so very, very important. And that allows us to be sustainable, and it will do that even into the future. Yeah, the words there of England club chair Deborah Jevans. And if you look at it, you make some sense out of it. What she's saying here is, listen, the Grand Slams, most especially Wimbledon, the revenues that come from it is put back into the sport to develop the sport. See, Alex, Henry, I took my time to look at Wimbledon right from the days, back in the days, in the 90s, in the 80s. We used to see very poor courts, grass courts. sometimes you see some sides green, some sides yellow. But these days, go and look at what's happening at Wimbledon. The same thing goes across every other Grand Slam. Now, the players, most likely, yeah, I understand. They are the reason why we watch tennis. They are the reason why the game is gathering that traction. They are the reason why everyone wants to associate themselves with tennis at this point. Because when you hear Novak Djokovic, Yannick Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz, Arina Sabalenka, yeah, you want to put your eyes to tennis. But there is a thin line between making demands that actually are beneficial to you and making demands that could crumble the entire system. And that is what Deborah Jevons is saying right here, right now. That, see, the players should, most likely, she said, they look at the total revenue that come in and now they are demanding for a percentage of it, forgetting that the organizers are responsible for making everything work. Now, see, guys, let me liken it to a private school because I have some sort of little knowledge about how things run with education in private schools. As a teacher, most times you hear teachers say, the owner of the school, the proprietor, the proprietress, they are eating all. They are the ones eating the bigger fraction of the cake, the bigger ratio of the cake. They are the ones taking all the school fees. Sometimes they calculate, they start pointing out students. Look at this one, 1, 2, 3. They pay XYZ naira. So if we gather it like that, now look at how much they are paying to us as teachers when you are collecting. But you forget that it is the owner of the school that is responsible for making sure that the structure stays maintained. It's the owner of the school that is responsible for making sure that everything needed to effect efficient education is provided. If you come and the boards are broken, if you come in and the chairs are destroyed, you can't effect education. It is the owner of the school that pays for all of that. You don't consider that. And that's exactly what's happening here. Deborah Jevons is saying, see, it's our responsibility to see to it that this game continues to develop. Because if you want to play and you come to the court and it's not looking nice, maybe the way you left Wimbledon in 1995 is the same way Wimbledon is in 2026, you will not be happy to remain. Now, let me come to you, Alex, on this. What do you make of all of this? Are the players beginning to overstep their boundaries? Are they beginning to do more than themselves? Are they beginning to demand more than they should think of at this point? And how would this rub off? How would this change the complexion of the game? We are going into Wimbledon, one of the, what I want to say, the biggest Grand Slams. Yes, I don't want to pit Grand Slam against another, but Wimbledon holds a special place in the hearts of those who love tennis. We saw what happened in the French Open. Whether you want to look at it from that perspective or not, you might say that that protest caused a huge distraction to the players. And that's one of the reasons why maybe most players were not in 100% focus at the French Open, leading to exits, quick exits of huge, big pedigree players in the tournament in stages that are quite not unexpected for them to leave. If this same thing crosses over to Wimbledon, is it crumbling tennis, or where would tennis be moving from there?
First of all, the question about the players and if they're beginning to demand too much. I would like to take the side of the players on this one. I've read way too many articles talking about individual players and their revenue that I would not be on the side of the players. And I enjoyed your reference to an educational system, but there are different sections of it that I don't know if it's going to particularly fit into that the educational system you referenced, and I don't know if it's going to be comparable. One of that is for the Wimbledon, which is the grand prize, or it's now a total grand prize of 85 million dollars, which is what the organizers of Wimbledon have announced. What that simply means is that in every section there is an 85. It does not mean the grand prize is 85, which means maybe 40 for the men, 40 for the women. No, that's not what it means. It means for every winner, for every participant, the pool from which the entire amount is going to be shared is 85. It's from that 85 there. Now it includes the highest income for a first round exit. First round exits are set to earn 107k. That's the highest, 107,000 US dollars for first round exits, which means even the ones that were not inspired to would get to the qualifiers, of course, would qualify, get to the first round, bow out of the competition, and may still smile. They'll say, okay, this is something we can build off of. This is 107. Yes, it is something. But I think that is what these players are really pushing for. The winner of Wimbledon gets 4.5, both for the men's and the women's category. That's 9 gone. If you have to consider first round exits, with of course the prize money getting higher and higher, second round exits will be more than that, said to be around 200 for each second round exit. To the third round, to the quarterfinals, round of 16, quarterfinals and semifinals, of course. There are different prize pools. Now, if we have to look back, the lady who just made the Wimbledon, the Roland Garros final, there were lots of talks about her because she did not have a sponsor. I mentioned how a Polish energy drink company had to step in and settle her hotel bills. Her manager was jesting, making the notions of, we just hoped, no plans of staying 2 weeks. Who was going to afford a 2-week hotel fee? I wanted to stay 2 or 3 days, pay the hotel fee, collect check, go back home, eat pizzas, have a good time. It's France, it's Paris. People the hotel staff would congratulate her on getting through to the next round, but would still remind her that she had a debt to pay for lodging or for staying at the hotel. And it took no sponsors and making sure that she was cleared. Now she's set to debut in the WTA top 30, I think. And everything now, we have lines and lines of sponsors already that are coming forward to say, okay, no problem, wear my brand, wear my shoes, and I'll take care of everything, deals and sponsorships for you, because it looks like you're promising. Let's see how you do in the next tournament. If she did not go as far, if she had a first round exit, it keeps on happening. It keeps on happening. First of all, where she plays her competitive tennis is one thing, obviously. That's talking about Maja Shwalinska. Also, talking about where she resides is another thing, because you're looking at her. Yes, how much of competitive tennis would you be able to play if you do not have what it takes, if you don't have the finance to travel? Oh, this tournament is here, you travel there. Oh, it's over here, you travel there. How much competitive tennis would you be able to play if you did not have the finance to move around, if you do not have even the littlest things for maybe even, it could be rackets, it could be training, it could be a coach or a team behind you just telling you, okay, instructing you on what to do. The man from Monaco that won that ATP 1000 and I think got as far as the quarterfinals of the US Open, who is a cousin to Otto Rinderknech.
Valveroch, or what's that?
Valentin Vacherot. Yes. Valentin Vacherot. He's not French. He's a monarch citizen. So he came into that tournament, the ATP 1000, that put him on the lights and basically all but put him up there in the ATP top 30. And he had no coach. He had no sponsors. There are lots of them that when you hear their stories, you are just going to be absolutely surprised by them. How they said they had nobody to pay for it. There's someone that I've forgotten which player it is, but he described and said the only person allowed in his boxes are just his father and his coach. It's just his father and his coach. That friends, other persons have come in and say, okay, let me be a part of your team. And you say, no, you can be a part of my team. You're not sitting in my box. Find a seat elsewhere. Pay for your seats. The only persons who get to sit in my box are... He stopped a match once because he saw that some other people were occupying the box. And he was like, no, go. They have their stories. They understand what it's like to play tennis where you do not have anyone backing you. You do not have the finances to pull it through. And you've tried and it's not working. So suddenly when it feels like they're finally getting that limelight or getting that the phase that they wanted,
right.
It just feels like there are too many attractions and there are too many persons trying to get as much as you can. You must juice whatever is current.
Right.
As Maya has become a finalist, if you don't take advantage of when she's still at her hottest, who knows if she's ever going to hit that levels. I mean, when we were talking about her even reaching the finals, as you made mention of numerous, you listed about 6-7 names who won just once and never resurfaced again. We think about these athletes. We try to consider them. The fact that a first round exit is going to get up to 107 is a huge improvement in the tennis stance. And over the last couple of years, I always pay huge respects to Wimbledon because they listen to player interest and they try to match it.
Right.
From what was the last priced pool to going up almost 20%, almost 22%,
yes.
up to 85 million USD, just tells you everything about them actually listening and trying to help out these players. Now, the argument of the likes of Yannick Sinner, the likes of Carlos Alcaraz, is when, yes, we are speaking for ourselves because we think we should earn more, we play more, we are the face of the sport. But at the back of their mind too, they recognize these opponents who they will face in round one, who had to play 6 qualifying matches to get to that particular phase. And then they get knocked out and they walk home with 20,000. Does that even cover your flight? It's these things that they are acknowledging. So if we had to use that a reference of a schooling system, it's like a school for the elite, but you also have to consider those who cannot afford to come to. So what kind of placements are put in store to make sure that, yes, these persons can come in, funded by the school.
Right.
Funded by the school, funded by associates and people who want to go about the sponsorship. But the rest of the 40% has to be done by themselves.
Okay.
And it is still a heavy ask. If you had to do that for major schools, for top schools, it is still very heavy because their fees alone, what they pay, and the entire structure around it, it is still very heavy. So they are simply asking for, yes, it's a tournament pool that is very demanding. We promise to bring our best into these tournaments, but consider these players. Consider these players, first of all, the ones who do not get to earn as much as we do, the ones who have to struggle to get to catch a flight ticket, to do this, to do that. If you hear their stories, most sportsmen, it's always about that.
Right.
And then most of them do not earn enough in such a way that an injury, and they are already declaring bankruptcy. Just one injury. It could be that serious. How many sportsmen have we heard? I think about the statistic last time I checked was 65% of sportsmen go broke 5 years after retiring. 5 years.
Yeah.
So it is extremely poor. When you look at it, it could be down to a number of reasons. Mismanagement. Not many of them had the acumen to get into some business or the other that will return profits. And a lot of them have trained their whole lives for the sport. Plenty of people sacrifice education. Not many would have that mind or that presence of mind to return back to an educational system to get any sort of enlightenment on businesses alongside their sport, alongside their passion, to sort of combine these two together. Cristiano runs a multi-billion business, fashion, luxury, and all of that alongside his football. He's a brand. He's a name on his own. CR7. You don't have to. If I wear a cap and it's CR7 printed, nobody will ask who is this. It's a brand on its own. Instead, they'll ask, where did you get this? So I can go and get it for myself. So how many of them have the ability to do those? Basketball players, most of them invested into the same brand too. Mostly clothes, mostly shoes. Jordans, we know of Jordans. Tatum has his own very, very wealthy and shop collection too.
Right.
So these guys have partnered. Some of them go as far. LeBron partnered with Nike, made a special edition, and it got sold out in a couple of days. It's all about that business acumen. But the ones who do not have that idea to get it, and then there are the others who do not even have. They are not even at that level. Who do not have what it takes to get to that level of sustainability. And at the same time, we need to consider the fact that they are devoting their whole lives to it. When people are like, if I start to play football now, if I enter the sports now, I go just play like 5 years, retire. They really do not understand exactly what happens with it, particularly when you have to play outside. I read the tax breakdown of what Mira and Dreva was to earn from her prize winning, and it was only about 55%.
The same thing that happened to Carlos Alcaraz last year's Roland Garros.
So if you had to break this down and tell them in sports, it's not as you think. Oh, by the time you do this, do that, tax, do this one, tax, do this one, and then you have to, and you have his earnings of his earnings, and you have to do everything. And at the end of the day, the first thing on the lips of everybody is, I'll come on my people from trenches. So you're already planning to bring even more billings, as we like to call it, over to sort of, and it's not wrong. Obviously, they are your people, they are your family. Obviously, you want to care for them, but at the same time, statistics have revealed that is not probably the best move to make. That the best moves are most likely investments, trying to keep the world going. Because all it takes is one injury. All it takes is just an unfortunate situation, being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Once you're out of the limelight, you could even be in active sport. You could be active in the sport, but the limelight is no longer there.
It's no longer.
You don't find.
We look at various stories. I think the story of John Duran comes to mind. Look at where he is right now. Looking very promising. Was on the radar of Bayern Munich. Was on the radar of Juventus, Inter Milan as a striking option. That is going to keep you in constant Champions League football and most of that. We've seen promising athletes.
We've seen Oscar come in and disappear from Chelsea.
He's 22. Exactly. Oscar moved to the Chinese league at what age? It was all very shocking. So these players, a lot of them do not earn as much. This is a plea. It's a call to the people who make the competition, who set the prize pool, who have everything all sorted out. It's a plea to them, telling them, we don't make as much as your top guys do.
All right.
And we think we deserve to at least have something to hold on to and say, yes, we don't have to struggle to come here.
Okay.
I left a family of 2 or 3 back home to compete for a 2-week tournament. I should be able to go back with something smile and say, yes, I did well. And that should be the story. Coming over to the big guys too, Carlos Alcaraz is about to miss 2 Grand Slam tournaments. If he was not a big name that did not have sponsorship, he's fizzling out. His account is draining steadily. But he's a name. He was injured and he was invited for the Nike photo shoot that involved LeBron James, Cristiano Ronaldo, Carlos Alcaraz, as many huge sports names as you could possibly think of. He was invited, he was there. So how much of it affects the top players and even the ones on a smaller level? We've seen how many games have ended in retirements, how many people were not able to finish their matches. It's a structure that is only going to keep carrying on if these players are not well compensated. So now they feel like, if we have to perform at that high level, that top level, with the risk of injuries, with the risk of regular things, travels, you could be spendings too, and the finance behind it all.
It needs to match it. You need to raise it.
Yeah, it just has to be worth it. I think it's only right that you ask that it be worth the troubles at the end of the day. So I would always stand on the side of these players. I know when it gets to a level when it is too much. But I think at some point it is very crucial. I would not tell you how shocked I was to look at the earnings of some of these players. I was just as surprised to see the earnings of that was the Liverpool side in 2021. When I saw Sadio Mane on around 65k, I was like, how is that possible? You understand? So there's been a lot of shocks as regards their pay and everything that has to do with it. The highest paid Liverpool player at the time was Virgil van Dijk, 195. Before Mane started demanding even better contracts. And I was really shocked about them because they're playing at the highest of levels. And if these are your star players and they can't even earn, tournament players like Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz are complaining that this is not enough for the troubles that we have to go through the entire year, getting fit. If you look at the switch from play to grass.
Backed with the fact that you are also expanding the schedule.
Yeah. And there are more tournaments being added and being
more
thrown
time
into
to
the
tournaments
things.
and
For Yannick now, he's probably not going to play any preparation game. He's going to jump straight into Wimbledon. That's a huge switch to go from clay to grass without any preparation. The only preparation you have is in training with your coach. Trying to say, okay, no problem of obviously the clay courts. And now we are going to Wimbledon where the winds determine a whole lot that happens out there on the courts in England. So how is the switch going to make sense for you? How are you going to look at it? You you just finished dealing with a blistering heat over there. And now you're coming over to a Wimbledon where last year you picked up a shoulder injury down to an elbow injury too. All because the roofs of the stadium were closed and ventilation was not all that well afforded. The air became stiff, your bones and joints became tight, and the next thing you know, you were having an injury and still went on to win Wimbledon. So you're asking yourself, is this enough? What I'm about to earn, is it enough for the trouble I face at the end of the year? And step away from myself. These other players, the person I'm about to play in round one, I'm Yannick Sinner, I'm about to play qualifier. Is this guy going to earn enough for the big L I'm about to big L him? And he's about to leave and go back home. Is he going to earn enough for at least going as far as getting through the qualifying stage and getting to this point? So I think Osas, that is where I stand on this, and I think at the end of the day I will almost always be on the player side because I think it's a fair thing to have this well circulated.
All right. Big one there coming from you, Alex. And before we leave talking about the off-court issues and look at the on-court issues, let me just hear from Henry. Henry, do you also stand on the side of the players on this particular one? Because it looks like this thing will never be resolved. They tend to increase, the players tend to ask for more. They tend to increase, the players tend to ask for more.
The funny thing is that they tend to increase. They always be Oliver Twist. People always ask for more. It's bound to happen. If you give me 20% today, tomorrow I want 30. It's normal. It's normal. But you also, if you collect 25 from a sponsor today, tomorrow you want to collect 30 or 35. That's how it works. So I think but I think maybe not necessarily every time you increase, but definitely increments will happen over time. But at this point in time, you have to look at the fact that probably, maybe just maybe, we need more money to go down to the athletes, because you look at match fixing issues, bankruptcy issues. A lot of these tennis players just come, like Alex noted, or like Tralinska noted, just come for the first or second round, then
take the little money and go.
Bye New York, bye Paris, bye Melbourne, bye London. I go back home and continue doing what I'm doing. A lot of them struggle to get by, because to maintain a team, to actually be able to play a professional career, you pay salaries, you house this team, you do a lot of things, and they literally don't break even. I mean, the guys that actually see the money in tennis are the top guys. Even though some ranked 70th, 100, they're not saying anything. It's very difficult for them to get by at the end of the day. You might see them come to the stage or big stage on your screens and they play, but at least they look at it, oh, this 100 or 200, or if you're lucky to make a run to the fourth round, this money will help me take care of some bills, use and take care of those bills. That's how it's literally is. I think the pay disparity was the big issue for me, and it has to be sorted out. I think it's not even just about increasing the pool. The pay disparity has to be seriously increased. And there has to be more money. At least first round exits 107. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good start. But I think if it's possible, every Grand Slam, at least first round exit, even if it's 200,000, at least go home with that, because it takes a lot to maintain this thing, for you to take care of your own training and your own nutrition, your routine. Because to participate at the top, there has to be a very stressful and strenuous routine, or a very regimented routine, and all those things cost money. To maintain all those things, it costs money, and a lot of these athletes or tennis players don't really necessarily have enough. The top players are even saying they want to earn more. So imagine what the lower athletes are thinking of. And I remember a time when we used to do in play, we talked about match fixing in tennis, and one of the reasons a lot of the tennis players or those who are caught actually gave us the fact that they don't make enough. That they barely get by, so they need, when you're tempted with a monetary offer, imagine in a year you could only see 300,000 or 400,000, and at the end of the day, bills will take out over 300 from you, plus maintaining your team and everything, and travel expenses and all that stuff for you. Then somebody now comes that offers you 600,000 to throw away a match. you probably throw it away.
With all joy.
With all joy. So it's why things like this need to come in better pay. Not just the Grand Slams, even the ATP Masters need to do the ATP 1,000s, 500s, 250s. They need to do more because these athletes actually need this money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have talked about a lot when it has to do with the off-court issues with tennis, which is the back and forth between the players and the organizers when it has to do with some increments in revenues, or call that the threshold increments in prize monies there for the tennis players from the Grand Slams as well as the ATP and WTA tours right there. You could react to that one. Who do you stand with, the players, or do you stand with the organizers? We saw the England club chair, Deborah Devans, say that, I'll just wrap up what she said, saying that the players really don't understand that they who organize these tennis tours do a lot when it has to do with maintenance. So from that, it will be difficult to share or meet with the demands of the players when they are asking for a 25% of the revenues made. She is saying that for sustainability, it would not be possible, because if we do give that to the players, then what is left would not be enough to invest in the sport, which is very, very important. Who do you stand with on this particular one, the players or the organizers of tennis? You can share your thoughts right now with us via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, it is open right now. You can call in and also share your thoughts with us via the phone line. The phone line is 0810 951 0951. Who do you stand with, the tennis players or the organizers in this particular one when it has to do with this war, this back and forth concerning an increase in prize money right there from all the Grand Slams as well as the ATP tours or WTA tours, as the case may be. Let's switch our attentions right now to look at what's happening on the court when it has to do with tennis. As well said by Alex earlier on, that we've got some ATP 500 and WTA 500 tournaments ongoing, and for one of them, it's a first final on home soil for Ima Raducanu. So Ima Raducanu back to the final of this time. It's the BS. Okay, we have a call coming in. Let's take this call. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to
my brother.
Welcome. This is Lucky from Abia State.
Lucky from Abia State.
Welcome.
Yes. Maybe now when I on my radio, I beg.
All right.
I don't know whether at least take us to the World Cup, I beg. Make I know what
pretty soon we'll talk about the World Cup. Yes, we'll talk about the World Cup pretty soon. I know everyone is itching to hear what happened between Morocco and Brazil, what happened between Switzerland and Qatar. I want to talk about what happened between Switzerland and Qatar. Alex, I know you're very, very unhappy with what happened between Switzerland and Qatar, but before you talk about it, let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. Okay, drop call situation there. Alex, very unhappy with what happened right there, but it's all about the World Cup. It's football. These things happen. That's why football is unpredictable.
Particularly when it's a 39-game tournament, 39-day tournament featuring 48 teams. A team knows that you're out of it.
You hold your thoughts there. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live. Okay, is that drop call situation, or you're just okay? Keep the calls coming in. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. We're still talking about tennis, and we're looking at exactly what's going on off the court, which is the fight, the war, the back and forth, the dragging between players and organizers. Increase our prize money, and organizers are saying we cannot increase it too because we have to improve and invest in this sport. So let's reach an agreement, which the players are saying, no, we want 25% or nothing. Who do you stand with, the players or would it be the organizers? But talking about what's happening on the court right now, Ima Raducanu is currently up against Dona Vekic. Yes, and Dona Vekic had beguiled her in the very first set of that particular one. 6-love. This is a Dona Vekic who is quite older than Ima Raducanu, 29 years of age. Dona Vekic. She has not, right from the beginning of this tournament, she hasn't looked like someone who should get to the final to beat Ima Raducanu. But this is Ima Raducanu again capitulating right in the final. Now, Ima's story looked like it had gone from fairy tale to cautionary tale. After becoming a Grand Slam champion at 18, the last month brought injuries, illness, coaching changes, and some brutal setbacks, including a shock loss to world number 204, Tyler Preston, in Hobart, and a one-sided 6-love 6-2 defeat to Transylvania's Open final. In the Transylvania Open final, she also lost early in Doha, Dubai, and exited Roland Garros in round 1. But grass seems to have changed everything because she's now playing at her best. That's at the Queens, called at the HSBC Tennis Championship. The final is up and running right now. As I said before, Dona Vekic has taken the first set in that one, 6-love. And the second set is 1-1 right now in that is the third game. One game already to Dona, one game to Ima. And the third game, Ima is on the advance, or call that the advantage, and she has made it 2. It's 2-1 right now in favor of Ima Raducanu. And Alex, Ima heading back, she hasn't dropped a set right from the beginning of this HSBC Championship. She hasn't dropped a set, not one, but she has just dropped one in the final. In fact, in the very first game, she started in the round of 32. She came up against Anna Blinkova. She took the first set 6-love and the second one 6-3. She now came up against Sorana Sister in the round of 16. That one ended 6-4, 6-2. And there was also yesterday in the quarterfinal, she took on that was Kamila Rakhimova. That one ended 6-3, 7-5. She hasn't dropped a set. And same yesterday, she took on Iva Jokic, the American, 6-2, 6-2. She cleaned her up in that particular one. And now it's the final, and she starts this final by dropping a set. Is it the Ima coming back again, Ima Raducanu, the one that we have known of recent? Or we thought that the resurgence is there and she would use this to build into Wimbledon. But do you think there is any going back? Could anything change in this one? She didn't really start well, 6-love going down to Dona Jokic, but she leads in the second set 2-1. And hopefully, are you seeing anything change for Ima Raducanu?
Well, Osas, it's always very, very surprising, I would say, when in tournaments like this and things do not really go the way of who is expected to be a favorite, particularly when you've had really, really good tournaments. But having to talk about the final, Osas, and just hearing that from you, the fact that Ima Raducanu picked her first game of the match in the second set.
In the second set, I'm telling you.
In the second set.
Pretty funny.
It's as shocking as when Henry walked into the studio and was like, and I told him Arina Sabalenka lost, and he was like, eh? Particularly when you leave, I think it was the manner. Yes, it was the manner in which she lost, because he left the studio when she was up 5-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was at the Roland Garros.
And came back when she was kicked out.
He came in just about 25 minutes later, so it should not be a long time now. You expect that, she lost the second set, but she's still battling out the third. She got big out in the third set. In as little as 18, 19 minutes. Diana was done with her. So it went ugly real quickly. If you have to look at the fact that someone that was 5-3 down, 5-3 up, did not win any game for the rest of that. Love just tells you that you did not win any game in the space of the final 40 minutes of that match. So it is very shocking when that happens to top players. To hear that it's a final and to see her being bageled is surprising. In the other, Alex Dimina, Camille has also taken the first set too. So we don't really, we can't really explain, or we don't really understand what's going on.
What's happening with Alex Dimina this days?
He's still ranked world number 8 in the men's side of things.
Talking about Alex Dimina?
Alex Dimina, except he has dropped out in recent rankings. The last time I checked in the rankings, Alex Dimina was still the ATP world number 8. So he's no stranger to that top 10 situation.
Okay, yeah. World number 6, actually.
He's even moved up. So he's no stranger to that a top 10 situation in the ATP side of things. But the truth is, even if Felix Auger-Aliassime, that is now at 4th, I think, as last time you mentioned, moved up all the way up to 4th or 5th, as good as you expect them to be, it's the guys outside who are trying to force their way in, the likes of Francis Tiafoe, who has been playing great. I would even say even in Mattia Bellucci of Italy, who I always say, don't take him seriously, has been trying. Daniel Medvedev always has this problem in Grand Slams, but other than that, he's had a really, really good start to the year too. If you had to remove all the Grand Slam, he's been wonderful in them. He's been the only person that gave Sinner some sort of headache in one of the ATP finals that he won in a row. From various angles, you just find out that there is an imbalance with these guys who you expect should be playing a whole lot better. There is an imbalance. The men's side of things, the women's side of things. Okay, he's coming
back.
I don't know why you have to say it that way. Maybe we'll start referring to you as Osas Kwame.
No, he's coming back. He's coming back.
So I mean, yeah, it is. So like to see a good player play well. I don't like to see those early exits and the likes of those we saw. On one side of the Roland Garros bracket, or SAS, there was Juan Manuel Serendulu.
Yeah.
There was an Argentine. I think it was Tabilo. Was it Alexander Tabilo? There were names that were all ranked outside the 30.
Yeah.
All ranked outside the 30. And we love to see things like this. But at the same time, I'm like,
just to hold you a bit, Ima Raducanu has just broken Donai Vekic. So it's coming back for Raducanu and also coming back at this point for Alex Dimina.
I would like to sign a petition to our lovely listeners that Osas has to say back as back from now henceforth. But it's surprising and maybe they're just trying to show that it was a blip. The first set was a blip and they're trying to
salvage what is left
of that game. I think it was really surprising. Donna Vekic played twice. I was actually very surprised at the event of SAS. That was 2 days ago. She played in the morning to round up a game and then by 5, I was like, is this not Donna Vekic that played in the morning? And here she was playing against someone else that is it's going to be too. So it's been that kind of tournament where I think players will play, but I don't think they will twice in a day. So I don't think they would in a Grand Slam. I mean, it says a lot going into that tournament, but at the same time, I will always say it, I've not met a single sports person who loves to lose.
Right.
Everybody still goes in to try and win, and that will always be the case with this particular set of players. So I think fighting power. Yeah, I would put it that way, to find some sort of fighting power and maybe put herself back into contention. Likewise, Alex Dimina. But again, it's just that issue of having really, really shocking stats. It's the issue of, for the likes of, even we're about to jump right into Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz, but these guys, they don't even start well and they don't finish well.
Yeah.
As soon as the game starts, at least I used to give credit to some of them. I've watched Coco golf and I have absolutely I've absolutely not been a fan of her work in recent months and her playing style. I have gone after her on a number of occasions as to why she has changed her style of play so much. She looks so passive.
All right.
She no longer looks like the Coco we knew as world number. I think she got as high as world number 2 before dropping down the ladder. So I don't like to see that situation, that position where a gritty player, as I was giving credit to Coco, would have a bad first set and find their way back into it. But then when you now compare them with the likes of the others who have a bad first set and go on to have a bad second and third set, losing straight sets, it's just as bad, and it's not a level you expect these players to be performing at. It asks a huge questions about their training, asks huge questions about their preparations for these tournaments, and it just all round it's a bad reflection on what the top 10 side of things looks like, because you just look at it and say, okay, even in the WTA side of things, even your Oga Pata is not doing well.
Yeah,
that's Arena. She's still having problems here and there. So
still looking for a first Grand Slam this year.
So you're looking at it and you're saying everybody is beatable.
Yeah.
The only thing that is saving you right now could be the fact that in the last Grand Slam, it was still occupants of the top 10 that walked home with both Grand Slams. Mira Andreeva, number 6. I think she has moved up now.
Yeah.
And Zverev still at number 3. So it is still these players who are going to be able to save the face. But on a raw spreadsheet, and you put up a top 10 against people outside the top 20, there's an even chance right now. And that's not how it used to be. So the levels have significantly dropped, and the playing ground is an open one for both sides to compete and to contest. But we'll see how Emma Raducanu fares on against Donna Vekic, and if she manages to take that second set and force a three-setter final.
All right. From the male side of things, we've got two centers in action. At one point, we've got the Libema Open. It's an ATP 500. There we've got Alex de Minaur up against Kamil Matzak, and Matzak took the first set in that particular one, and they are currently in the second set, and Matzak is serving. De Minaur is leading 2-1. Yes, he's been broken back. So now it's leading. De Minaur is leading 2-1 from that particular one. And at the Stuttgart Open, another ATP, or call that ATP 250. The Libema also ATP 250. We've got Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz in an all-American affair right there at these two centers. For Ben Shelton, he took the first set 6-4. Taylor Fritz took the second set 6-2, and it's 2 games apiece in the third set between these two Americans, and Taylor Fritz is serving. He's leading in the 7th game of that third set by 15 love. Big one there. Ben Shelton, Henry, Taylor Fritz, Americans. I don't know. It's one sport that Americans do not actually dominate. I know they dominate at a point, but at this point now, we saw Andy Roddick at some point too. Johan Blake.
Now we're seeing the likes of Francis
Tiafoe, Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz. Brandon Nakashima. So many Americans are around.
They're just pretty average.
They're just there. They're just there. But we know Americans always want to dominate.
There's no much talk to it after. Tennis has been dominated by the Europeans most times. Let's say it as it is.
So, but why? America has got the structure. They dominate athletics. So why can't they dominate tennis?
I think it more has to do with the training techniques of the Europeans and how they bring up their players. Although you could have some, I think when you look at some of the athletes that went to the IMG Academy in Miami, you look at Serena Williams was at the IMG for a while. You look at Maria Sharapova. For those who don't know, Maria Sharapova actually moved to the United States at a young age, so she's American brought up.
Okay.
Yeah, she moved to the United States at the age of 12 or 13. So she had a lot of years training in the United States, or is it 10? So that's an example of an American brought up athlete.
Okay.
Naomi Osaka.
Yeah, Naomi Osaka. I think at one she represented America, then switched over to Japan.
She hadn't necessarily officially. Yeah, she represented, but she's now officially representing Japan and all that stuff. So maybe just, but see, these guys are also at the top of their game. Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton,
nothing to show for it.
They are top 20 players. They are top 20 players. Should be told, they are top 20 players.
But no Grand Slams to show for it. No.
Did Johan Blake win a Grand Slam? No. Did Andy Roddick win a Grand Slam?
I think he did.
I'm not sure Andy Roddick won a Grand Slam.
Okay, I'll confirm that.
We'll confirm that. But tennis is a sport that the Europeans have been dominating for a long time. Steffi Graf, Bjorn Borg, Monica Seles. You can go on and on and mention the names over the years. It's been John McEnroe.
He won the US Open in 2003.
Okay,
I know he won a Grand Slam.
Yeah,
played in the finals of Wimbledon in 2004, 2005, and 2009.
And the Roddick. It's been a European thing when it comes to tennis or dominating. Don't take anything. The Americans are good. But like, okay, it's like when you look at basketball. You know, in basketball, the Americans are the best. It's not like other.
The last time I checked, the MVP. Okay, Jalen Brunson is an American.
Okay. Jalen Brunson is American.
But the last time
regular season MVP is a Canadian.
They're talking about Canadian.
I think I saw him in the stands during the opening match of the World Cup. You look at it. Spain is good. France is good. A lot of those old Yugoslavian countries are actually good. Maybe if they were a country, they would have probably been as good as the United. Been as good as the United States. But do they still come close to the United States? No. I think that's just the best explanation for it right now, because if you're talking about levels of training, they train in both parts. But also another thing that helps in tennis in Europe is that it's almost like football, and it's a problem like the United States has in football, the pay to play stuff, a lot of academies, although now a lot of clubs are now owning academies that allow, once you're just talented enough, just come and play. Like the New York Red Bull Academy, like the New York City Academy. In tennis, in the United States, it's very expensive for a child to play tennis. It's very, very expensive. But in Europe, it's easier because of the way things are done in Europe. It's more welfarist than the American system that's capitalist.
Okay.
So it makes it easier for you to have a larger pool to choose out from, and for you to actually, every Tom, Dick and Harry, to have a chance to actually show that it's your talent, and you could end up getting the best out of the best for the sport. So there are a lot of factors that play a major role. But I think this fact that it's very expensive to play the sports in the United States is one of the reasons why maybe we're not seeing the likes of the Carlos Alcaraz or Rafael Nadal or what's his name now, or Yannick Sinner coming out of the United States, unless you have a very or super talented child coming from a middle class home that can afford that. Then yes, but in Europe, whether rich, poor, you can, and you'll be able to play tennis.
All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we would be leaving talking tennis to move into Formula One. But before we do that, let me still update you with results from various centers in the Lubema Open, ATP 250. It's Alex de Minaur 7 right now. 2-all it is in the second set, and 15-all also in that fifth game of the second set. And the Stuttgart Open, it's 3-2. It was actually 40 love in favor of Taylor Fritz in the sixth game of the third set. And now it's a deuce, 40-all. Between both, and Ben Shelton is serving there. Taylor Fritz would have broken Ben Shelton, but I don't think that could be the case because things have turned around. And Ima Raducanu, it's serving right now, about to take the second set. 5-2, she leads Donna Vekic. Good enough, she's waking up from her deep slumber that saw her lose the first set, 6-love to Donna Vekic. That's the much we can take talking tennis right now. It's time for us to talk about Formula One.
Here comes the history boy, the second youngest driver to win a Formula One Grand Prix. Kimi Antonelli wins. A fantastic way to open his account. Antonelli wins the Chinese Grand Prix.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Formula One is all about the Barcelona-Catalunya Grand Prix right there. And from our screens, we've got lap 30 out of 66 laps right there. And George Russell, who finished in pole position during the qualifiers, is seated leading the other 21 drivers. Am I seeing 21 drivers? Or that should be 19 drivers active right now. 2 drivers are out of the race. We've got
That's 22 drivers.
22, 2 are out. So 20 are still active, but he's leading 19 right now. So 2 drivers are out already. I'm not seeing clearly from here, but I think Lance Stroll I'm seeing, and Bortoleto, is that who I'm seeing right there?
That's Bottas,
Valtteri Bottas out.
Lance Stroll
out. Yeah. So the rest are active and moving, and we've got George Russell still leading. Kimi Antonelli making it 1-2 for Mercedes, and who is in third? Lando Norris is in third. Where is Lewis Hamilton, who finished second? Is fifth. What's going on? What's happening? I thought Hamilton is back. But he's obviously not back.
Yeah, like I said, we'll soon sign that petition, Osas. We'll soon sign the petition. Yeah, but Lewis Hamilton in a great position. I think he was third on the grid. Was he third or second?
Second on the grid.
Second on the grid.
He came in between George Russell and Kimi Antonelli.
Kimi Antonelli, the Mercedes affair. And
look at Charles Leclerc.
Charles Leclerc
that finished 10th during the qualifiers.
He's higher than his teammates right now. He's up to 4th, just behind Lando Norris. He's actually about 10 seconds behind Lando Norris. But the real chase is going to be between Russell, Antonelli, and Norris, who is not far behind, because it's just 0.5 seconds separating the all Mercedes affair, as I like to call it. And there is a Lando Norris who is 3 seconds or plus 3.8 seconds behind them. So he'll just try to keep tabs on them. And it's obvious that Kimi Antonelli will be looking for those areas to turn and to put some tide in his favor, or to turn the tide of the race in his favor. But Hamilton, right now, as being highlighted, has gone past teammate Charles Leclerc. I do not know if that is a strategic decision to let Leclerc, or to let his teammates go past him, because I didn't think Leclerc put up much of a fight. Hamilton is now 4th on the live races, and maybe something could still be salvaged. But when you look at the time of the 3 I mentioned, the 2 Mercedes and Lando behind them, when compared with Hamilton, who is almost a good plus 10 seconds or behind Lando Norris, then it tells you everything about how this race is potentially shaping out. And all we are seeing is just Russell and Kimi Antonelli still playing tic-tac-toe with each other. And this is lap 32. There's 34 laps to go. So there's still a long way to go in this particular Grand Prix. And it is still both drivers now. I'm waiting to see what their pitting reports are. If there is anyone who's pitted twice, there is Kimi Antonelli trying to take that bend that I was talking about.
He was almost doing that.
He's still close. He's still right behind.
He's about to do that.
Behind, but he doesn't. I think he needs to realize Russell is an excellent defender. Yes, Russell is.
But don't you think it's time Mercedes comes into this to ask these drivers to hold on for the other, because they might end up imploding very soon.
We did not see that happen last year between
McLaren
drivers. So I'm not sure you're going to ask persons who have an obvious advantage. Everybody coming into this said the engines and the entire tide of the Grand Prix are going to favor the Mercedes drivers. That has been the narrative. So I don't think that is going to change, as Russell seems to give some space to Antonelli, stretching it to as far as plus 0.8 right now.
The wings?
But he's trying to close him down, as Isaac Hadjar has also just pitted. And during that space of time, I can also tell you Nico Hülkenberg is out. Yes, I think he's out. He's currently no longer on the grid. So we have 19 drivers that are still in it. It is still that battle between the Mercedes drivers there, Russell and Antonelli 1 and 2. There's Hamilton. There is Leclerc, and I have to say Hamilton has done a really good job of closing that time up to Lando Norris. So we are set to see some individual battles, yes, between drivers and between different constructors in the final 32 laps or so. Yes, but the most interesting has to be that all Mercedes are fair, and Kimi just looks to grow every single day with more and more confidence. He's trying to do things I've not seen Kimi Antonelli do before. He's reminding me of a young Max Verstappen, taking risks and all of that. He just looks like a man in the form of his life, and there's this thing about form I like to say. The minute you have form and you have things going in your way, you just look to keep it going. Okay, how can I just keep that momentum going? And it seems like it will work out for you, because even a second, a place on the podium, finishing second, is not a bad result for the man, and it will still keep his championship standings at least 55 or more above the next person on those standings. So there's a lot to race out for Osas, and we are yet to see. And we are also here to give you updates on how the Barcelona Grand Prix plays out.
All right, and talking about the Grand Prix before the Barcelona-Catalona Grand Prix, for the Monaco Grand Prix, we had Kimi Antonelli win that one. He has been on a 5 race winning run, and for George Russell, he finished 12th there. In Canada, it was Kimi who won it, and George finally finishing. Where did he finish? I'm trying to pick where George Russell finished in that particular one. George Russell did not finish, in Canada. In Miami, it was also Kimi Antonelli finishing tops, George finishing 4th, and that was before the break where we had Bahrain and Saudi Arabia not being part of this particular one. So Kimi has been on a 5 race winning run, Henry, and we're looking at it right now. He's having George Russell right on top there, leading the standings, and no wonder he's trying as much as possible to ensure that he gets past George Russell at any of the turns, because it's an intense battle between these two Mercedes drivers. It's quite clear George is beginning to see that he's losing grip of the Drivers' Championship. What do you think a win right here in Barcelona would do for George, number one? And what do you think a win for George would do to Kimi Antonelli going forward?
First off, I think
the
Norris
second
has
question.
Box. Norris, is that? Yes, Norris has pitted.
And
So
that will be
has gone past
Hamilton
him.
back into the podium.
Yeah.
I will come to you on Hamilton getting 3 podium finishes in a row. That's if he finishes here.
Yeah.
That could be 3 podium finishes in a row. But
Even
Henry,
Leclerc, Piastri have all gone past Norris, so he's at 6th right now. But I'm yet to see, like I mentioned earlier, that pitting statistic for the rest of them to see who has not pitted
yet. And God can only do it for Hamilton at this point, to have Kimi Antonelli and George Russell just knock themselves off at the front.
First off, if Russell wins, good for him. He didn't finish podium last time out.
George Russell?
Yeah.
No, he didn't. That was in Monaco.
In Monaco, he did.
I think he finished 12th.
He finished about 12th.
12th
yeah.
in Monaco.
He didn't even finish top 10. Yeah, I remember taking over Sports Attack the next year. Yeah, and he started the season actually quite well, having some podium finishes. Yeah, Kimi has been the man in form, but what does a win do for him today? It does a lot of good. I mean, he's dropped to 3rd. Hamilton is now 2nd in the Drivers' Championship. The man dropped to 3rd after he failed to get the podium finish last time out in Monaco.
Yeah,
but does he do his chance any good? Some will say,
is that Hamilton moving into 2nd place there? Yes. Can George Russell jump out of the pit lane and get in front of Hamilton? No, he doesn't, as he drops to 4th.
Yeah,
Hamilton and Leclerc.
Yeah. So, okay, Russell has dropped down to 4th. The truth is that Sas, we don't know what the pitting is like for that. For the other,
I'm still trying to look at that to see what the pitting currently details for the. That's the statistics for the pitting and who has not.
So, but
okay, I think I have it. Antonelli has pitted once. Russell has pitted twice. Hamilton has pitted twice. Leclerc has pitted once. Norris has pitted once, and Piastri has also pitted once.
So Antonelli is almost sure to pit.
Yeah, he's sure to pit.
I don't think Russell and Hamilton are pitting again.
They are on 2 each. Except of any car malfunctions or something.
So they are not pitting again. So from now is now to the end of the race. So there's a possibility they can still overtake Antonelli. But
Antonelli has pitted twice.
Okay, he has pitted twice.
Yes, he has pitted twice. He's on hard tires.
Who has pitted once?
It's Charles Leclerc. He has pitted just once.
And Russell,
is he just pitting now?
Yes, I think he's just pitting now.
He just pitted down.
Yeah,
so that means Russell will most likely reclaim. Or even Hamilton.
Hamilton is
twice. So Hamilton is leading right now.
Is this going to be a miracle?
Russell is second, right?
Yes. Hamilton is second.
Antonelli
is on top right now.
Antonelli has wasted time in the pit.
And Hamilton moves
so much time in
on
the pit.
top. Hamilton leads
right
now.
Hamilton leads. Russell is...
Hamilton leads
Kimi drops all the way down to
Hamilton
fourth.
Leads, Leclerc is second, and we have Russell in third, and Antonelli is in fourth.
I think Leclerc is still yet to pit. If I'm not wrong, Leclerc
he has pitted once.
Yes, so he still has to pit again. But Hamilton leads.
We are saying probably at the end of the day to be Hamilton, Russell,
Antonelli at the start, because even Norris has not pitted. He's pitted just once.
Lando Norris has pitted twice.
So unless we see the shift, because the time gap doesn't look that much as things stand, but definitely I don't think any of them is going to pit from now. Leclerc has pitted only
now. This is Hamilton's race to win. He sits on top.
Let's first of all see the time differential between not him and Leclerc, because Leclerc is sure to pit, but him and Russell. I think Leclerc is going to be used as a distraction a defense mechanism for Lewis Hamilton. Just wave off the other drivers, pit, and let Hamilton bring that one home. We are still waiting to see right now. I think it's a... Okay, yes, he has a good... That's almost 15 seconds.
How could
15 seconds
around?
differential ahead of... I was already pointing out that Kimi wasted enough time in the pit. Look at Lando Norris. He spent only 2.6. Kimi's official time was around 3.8 in the pit.
He's about 16.5 seconds ahead of Kimi. And about...
It is. Russell, he leads Russell by about 17.
There's about 19 seconds ahead of Kimi.
Ahead of Kimi.
Kimi, and about almost 17 seconds ahead of
George.
I think Hamilton has this one in the bag by the looks of things.
How would it look like Hamilton winning a Grand Prix today?
No, but funny enough, he's climbed to second in the Drivers' Championship, and a win today helps his cause. But the problem is that Kimi still probably finishes in the podium places, and that's and that's the advantage still. At the end of the day, even if you try to see where, if Kimi keeps on finishing in the podium place, it still makes it difficult for you to overtake him. But I think it's a good chance. It's a good chance. No,
there are no chances of maybe Hamilton winning the Drivers' Championship.
There could be chances. Kimi is inexperienced. We could see one or
Charles pitting, so it just goes to. I remember the sports
and
chef.
Kimi is not too far behind.
He has also overtaken. George has just gone to pit right now.
Yeah.
But that whole narrative
that will put the pressure on Hamilton right now.
Yeah, but that's if they could catch up to pit again. So we'll be very surprised, even if we turned off the TV right now and turned it on in 30 minutes time. We'd be shocked to not see Hamilton holding the drinks
Leclerc
and the champagne for
who did he go
for
up
the winning
against?
position.
Okay, just behind Verstappen.
He's up to 6th. Yes, there's a yellow flag that has been raised. I wonder who's that on. And in the meantime, Albon is also out. Alex Albon. So we started with 22 drivers. We're down to 18. 4 out. Alex Albon, Nico Hülkenberg, Valtteri Bottas, and Lance Stroll. Yes, Fernando Alonso has the yellow flag that was being raised there. I think he's veered off track. He's probably going to be the 50th driver out because his car is not even responding. So it's been a very cruel Barcelona Grand Prix so far.
All right. Barcelona Grand Prix with all the turns and... all the cuts right there.
maybe it's part of a way for the club itself to generate more income for the transfer of Julian Alvarez. Who knows?
Straight bullets heading straight bullets heading straight to Catalonia at this point, all the way from the studios of Today 95.1 FM. But guys, Hamilton, it all started from the season, the beginning of the season.
Who is the better driver?
Yes, it looked like
I don't think there was
a better driver.
There was no argument about there was never any argument even before Hamilton stepped into a Ferrari car who was a better driver. Hamilton is you don't have last season you don't have 7 drivers championship and Leclerc has nada to his name, and you want to compare the two names.
Look at the time
Hamilton has on the two.
Look at the time Verstappen just spent in the pit. That was about 23 seconds in the pit, that is very shocking. What exactly was going on with the pit? The pitting strategy sometimes it goes beyond you as a driver. It goes to even the entire personnel working and the engineers, of course, because that switch of tires and for him to be given the get-go to leave, to drop down to 5th too. But the main focus, as Henry was saying,
is Hamilton pitting again?
Oh, he is. Box. He's called for new tires. He's called for new tires. So now he has a healthy time. Let's see how he's able to keep it. But that's surprising because I thought he was going to be able to keep that on. But again, nothing is sure. Even if Russell and Kimi were to overtake right now, who knows what would happen or what could happen to their tires? But he had a very healthy time. He's quick in the pit.
Here he goes out.
He was stopped for only 2.8 seconds.
Who's that?
I don't.
No, he still has the lead over. He still has the lead over Russell and Kimi.
Lewis Hamilton, not Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc sits somewhere 6th on the standing right now. Can Lewis Hamilton continue from now till the end? 42 laps gone and 66 laps in total. That should be call that about 14 laps to the end of this particular race, if I'm not mistaken.
That's 22. 22
is that 22?
42 with
22. 22 laps to the end of the Grand Prix.
That's 24. 24 laps to go. 42.
Okay, 24 laps to go. So 24. Can Lewis Hamilton hold on for 24 laps to the end of this particular one? He's got George Russell on his tail. That's 3 seconds in between George Russell and Lewis Hamilton at this point, as Hamilton continues to try to open up the space between himself and George Russell. There is every possibility that George Russell will go to pit one more time because he has just pitted twice. Kimi Antonelli, the same thing. For Lewis Hamilton, he has pitted 3 times already, so he's the man who has got the advantage going forward right now. Yes, 3 times he has pitted. George Russell has pitted twice. There could be a call for him to box in and pit one more time, and maybe Lewis Hamilton could extend his lead beyond 3 seconds right there. Kimi Antonelli is called approximately 5 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton at this point. Who is the best man to sit in front of Mercedes drivers at this point? It has to be Lewis Hamilton, Alex, because he has got the experience full in the bag to hold on to this particular one. But Formula One could change in a second in front of you.
So and at the same time, I also had my eyes on that game, the tennis games as it stands right now. Alex Zemina has taken the second set. He currently leads in the third set too, by 1-2 love, although Kamil Majrak is 40 love in that second game of the third set. And in the the Great Britain women's singles, I think I am still trying to get through to what is happening right there at the minute, because it seems like a lot of matches over there have been interrupted, and I am hoping and praying that the final is not one of them. I think it has to do with the weather conditions over there at that ATP 500. Yes, but the updates coming from, like I said, the Netherlands men's singles are still that. Kamil Majrak is now 40-15 up in that second game, while in the London Great Britain singles, we saw Emma Raducanu up 5-2.
Now it's 5-5. And Vekic is leading this, call that the 11th game.
11th game of that second
love.
set. 30 love now.
30 love it is.
So what was that bottling? That was your chance to
with
take
Raducanu,
take the second set
anything
and
make things.
The level has been better. You have to say. Getting big held in the first set is unexplainable. The level has definitely been better. But at the same time, the performance is shocking too. 5-2 should be you all but sealing it. As we just see confirming on our screens there in lap 44. Actually, which is where Lewis Hamilton has just gone past, has set the fastest lap over there at the Barcelona Grand Prix in Formula 1. Yes, he set the fastest lap of this Grand Prix with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the 44th lap. Yeah, has just been reported. And
Frank Vessel,
he's still going higher and higher. He's up to 4 seconds above George Russell, and
he's
it looks
4.2
like
now.
4.2, and it looks like it's even Kimi who is closing in on his teammate George Russell with those seconds. That was about a 3-second difference. It's down to 1.6. So the battle could be between if Kimi goes up and even finishes second on that podium, then Hamilton will feel like what was this race all but for? But in the long frame of things, just as like you've already mentioned, it could be very crucial. But right now, Antonelli still on the podium still means the boys' dominance continues at the top of the championship standings. But yes, as we were saying about Emma Raducanu, like you said, Raducanu doing Raducanu things. 40-15 it is in that 11th game of the second set. Vekic Donna still serving to make it 6-5. And as it stands right now, it is 6-5. She has just served it out, so it is 6-5. As it stands now, Emma has to serve to stay in the game, or it is done. Yeah, so she has to serve to force a tiebreaker, or the winner of the WTA 500
becomes
Vekic Donas.
All right, so many things happening around the world of other sports. Tennis, we're reporting to you. Formula 1 is right in front of us. Lewis Hamilton trying to do everything possible to get a podium top finishing in this particular Barcelona-Catalonia Grand Prix. What could this do to Lewis Hamilton's run this season? You can share your thoughts with me as well as Alex right here in the studio, and Henry through the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962. For the phone line, it is open. You can call in and air your thoughts. 0810-951-0951. Yes, 0810-951-0951. If you're following what we have been saying, what's happening right there at the HSBC Tennis Championship in London, Emma Raducanu got to the final of that one against Donna Vekic, but it seems that Donna Vekic is having the better of Emma Raducanu. You can share your thoughts with us on tennis with any of the centers as your talking point or your views. You can share with us. We've got the Libema Open, where Alex de Minaur is trying to get back to taking I think that's 2-1. He took the second set 6-2. The third set, it is right now 2-1 in favor of Alex de Minaur. And the game between Ben Shelton and Taylor Fritz has ended with Ben Shelton winning the Stuttgart Open 6-4, 2-6, 6-4 over fellow American Taylor Fritz, and he leaves as the champion from Stuttgart right there. Donna Vekic has defeated Emma Raducanu in the second set 6-5. I think that Raducanu has to serve to ensure that she stays put in this one, because if it goes 7-5, then it ends there for Emma Raducanu. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio as we get set to talk basketball.
Fox to Wemby. Wemby tries a three, puts it up, off the mark. Anunoby the rebound. It's over. It's over. Knick fans, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended. Go ahead and cry. After 53 years, the Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
Yes, that was coming from the NBA final between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs earlier on today. Yes, earlier on today, it ended 94 to 90 in favor of the New York Knicks as they ended the series 4-1, winning the NBA championship for the 2025-2026 season. Jalen Brunson did put in 36 points, and OGC Anunoby put in 36 or called that 33 points, 19 in the second half. That was in game 4 to ensure that they get themselves to game 5. And for game 5, it was almost the same thing as the Knicks had to rally around Jalen Brunson's 45 points to defeat the Spurs and win the franchise's first NBA championship since 1973. Call that 53 years. As I said earlier on the show, it's a year of people touching things that they have not touched in a while. Arsenal this year won the English Premier League title after 23 years. And here is the New York Knicks this year also winning the NBA championship after 53 years. Yes, that was the story of greatness for the New York Knicks. Yes, at long last, the New York Knicks are NBA champions. And in game 5 of the NBA finals, that was on Saturday night, or call that a Sunday morning right here. It looked much like the previous 4. The San Antonio Spurs took a double-digit lead in the first quarter, but like in the 3 previous 4 games, of the 4 games, the Knicks rallied, this time from a 16-point deficit. For game 4, it was a 29-point deficit. How do you go up 29 points and still lose? How do you go up 29 points and still lose? I would like to ask Victor Wembanyama and his San Antonio Spurs, how did that happen? But yeah, it did happen. And at the end of it all, it was the beauty of a man like Jalen Brunson that brought that. So his name is on the lips of many, many persons. And at the end of the championship, the man was short of words. Yes, he was short of words. He didn't have what to say. He just said categorically that I'm lost of words.
I got no words. Everything I ever dreamed of. I don't know what I'm feeling. I'm just like, I'm in awe. I don't know. Whenever someone counters us out, we find a way to come back and do something about it. My confidence comes from my work ethic. Every time I got the ball, all I can think about is all the hours in the summer. For every summer I had since I ever could remember making this a reality. So whenever I had the ball, I'm just thinking about just me alone in the gym.
Yes, and for the San Antonio Spurs, the man that we thought would have done the miracle for them is Victor Wembanyama, and he was confused. He said, I've learned my lessons.
I think that's compared to anything before, this is the biggest lesson of my life, the biggest learning moment. I can't tell exactly what the lesson is, but we're learning from that for sure. I'm learning more than any other time in my life before.
He said it's the biggest lesson of his life, Alex, and he really cannot tell the lesson. So how do you learn something that you can't tell at this point? But what's your assessment of the entire run of the New York Knicks coming up against the San Antonio Spurs that we felt would have been the favorites to win this particular one? Remember, they took out the Oklahoma City Thunders with the regular season MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, coming into this final to face a New York Knicks that we felt they would have blown off. Yeah, even if New York Knicks came with an 11-game win run into the final, made 2 added to it, making it 13, but they were still no match for the San Antonio Spurs from the regular season. How did it all happen for the New York Knicks?
I just have to say everything is a step-by-step process. Osas, I have to say that there's barely any field, there's barely any place you'd step into that some things are not progressive. You know, it always starts from somewhere and it builds on from that point to the next point, and from there on, it seems like it's going to become even more possible to achieve. But the main thing about this New York Knicks side was the fact that they were being written off, which is what Bronson is trying to really hammer on as he's giving his post-match thoughts. They were wrote off when they lost in that conference finals last year against the Indiana Pacers. They were written off after being 2-1 down to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round of this year's NBA playoffs. So it is all about the New York Knicks and their response. It's all about, yes, you're being faced with adversity. Yes, you have challenges, things that look like they might be real problems when it has to do with you potentially picking yourselves up, trying to dust yourselves up and put up a run or string up a certain run of results that could be shocking to the world of basketball. And it's about you believing in yourself when no one else does, and I think that will always be the real issue. It's about you having that belief when everything does not seem like it's going your way. How are you going to turn results to favor you? How are you going to turn it in your tide? And I think that is what the New York Knicks have done. So huge, massive congratulations to the New York Knicks of the East Conference for becoming the 2026 NBA champions. It is a step-by-step process, Osas. It's not something that it came out of the blue and took. No, it is a step-by-step process. I always like to say this. Last year, lost to the Pacers in the conference finals. They got as far as the conference finals. This year, here they are winning the chip. For the Indiana Pacers, last year, 2 years ago, got to the conference finals versus the Boston Celtics and lost. Last year, got to the conference finals versus the Knicks and advanced to the NBA finals where they lost. So everything is always a process, Osas. You don't see surprises. If there's anything we'd call a surprise, it is the San Antonio Spurs getting to the NBA finals, because there was no process to their reaching the finals. Last year, they did not even make the playoffs. They did not make the play-ins. Last NBA season, they did not even make the play-ins. They were not among the best 10 teams in the East. To come from that, to finish with an overall 62-20 record in the regular season and get to an NBA Finals is something that only character and will can bring out. And to make sure that you take out the defending champions in Oklahoma City Thunder in 7 games is something only the strongest can be able to pull off. So a lot of condolences go out to them, Osasa, on losing that final. Of course, well thought out. The scoreline may not suggest it. It's one of those series, Osas, where 4-1 looks like this game was almost a sweep. But I'll give you the statistics.
All right.
In game 1, they led. The San Antonio Spurs led by 14. In game 2, they led by 12. In game 3, which is the one that they were ultimately able to win, the only one they were able to win in the series, they led that was about 14 points. In game 4, they led by 29. And in game 5, as much as 12. So in every series, there was an interesting stat too. In the differential, that's the total points at which Knicks have become NBA champions. Of course, just talking about the NBA Finals, centrally on that alone. It is simply Knicks winning game 1 by 10, winning game 2 by 1 point, losing game 3 by about 4 points, winning game 4 by 1 point yet again, and then winning game 5 by 4 points. Osas, just do the mathematics. What does that tell you? It's like a differential of just around, let's say maybe a plus 11, plus 12 in all games. So it tells you it was actually a fought-out battle. That's a game that if you were to put it on a long run, it's probably 7 games. But instead, it is 5 very competitive high-end games, which the New York Knicks showed better experience, better composure by seeing and closing out wins. It is not about how you start. It's about how you finish. There's that popular saying, but at the same time, I always like to say start as you mean to go on. In numerous times this season where the San Antonio Spurs have found themselves in double-digit leads, they've barely lost. In numerous situations, the minute they take a 5-point lead, they stretch it out to a 7 to a 10-point lead, make it a double-digit lead. They barely lose from those situations. So that was one of these things when they went into these finals. I mean, it was what I said was going to be key for them in Game 7 against Oklahoma City Thunder, where they were up by 7 in the first quarter, and I just said that's a good start. Start as you mean to go on, keep it going. But then there were different levels of capitulations done against the Knicks, which I like to also owe it to the Knicks being battle ready, where the San Antonio Spurs were still focused on taking out the defending champions Oklahoma City Thunder. And I also like to label it down to experience, that bit of experience that the New York Knicks have over San Antonio Spurs. Like I mentioned, the very young side, De'Aaron Fox is the oldest amongst them, and that gets to play a starting role. The rest of them, if you have to go from the guys, not really the guys on the bench, because I'm talking about people who have the most minutes for Spurs, the rotational players. If we have to go from them, from Devin Vassell to Stephon Castle to Dylan Harper to Keldon Johnson to Julian Champagny to the man himself, Victor Wembanyama, to Luke Cornett. I mean, these are all guys who have a lot of years in the tank. So it is bound to be something they learn from Osas. And as much as Wemby says he can't point out at the minute what he's going to learn from, I would liken it to Bronson saying he can't explain what he's feeling right now.
Right.
It's later on. I think we've heard that numerous times. It's later on these players get to sit down and self-reflect and be like, did I just do this? My City have not had a ring in 53 years, and I just delivered them their first title in 53 years. They get to sit down and really reflect and understand the achievements they've just made. And I think that's going to be the same thing for Victor Wembanyama. He gets to have a seat and tells himself, I really just did this. I got to an NBA Finals, and I absolutely got swept. I mean, that's what he's going to tell himself. That's what he's going to be thinking. So it's the NBA for you. It sums up the NBA in the last 8 seasons, and it's just that fest of everybody trying to get something, and everybody, it's an open field. Like I said at the start of the show, it's an open field. From Toronto Raptors, this is year 2026, and if we have to go back 80 years ago, we'd find Toronto Raptors first of all in the year 2018. We'd find the Los Angeles competitive basketball at its highest. We want to see NBA being an open field. And I was saying, teams who have the structure would look at Spurs for would look at Knicks for inspiration. We look at the likes of OKC and Knicks. OKC have shown signs with their drafting, with their placements in playoffs, of getting to the level where they're at. Knicks have shown the same signs. So the teams with structure will look at them as a blueprint of how to get to that top. The teams without structure would look at a magical run from the San Antonio Spurs, would look at them not making the playoffs, not making the play-ins last season, to getting all the way to the NBA Finals in the next, and they will say, we can. Yes, we definitely can. So first of all, massive congratulations to the New York Knicks, to Jalen Brunson, to Coach Mike Brown, who was actually the Nigeria's men's basketball coach in that was 2020, the Tigers in 2021, and I think he had to leave when we had that whole crisis, because he was really bent on. He said he wanted to stay, extend, and help propel Nigerian basketball, shape its future. But there was this whole buzz, and we missed out on a certain competition because of, I think they said the reports were due to fear that Nigerians were going to go there, stage placards, and sort of put a stain or a shame on the happenings in the country at the time. So it ended up not working out at the end of the day, and the man had to bow out. of it, but he's now an NBA champion. Yes, and massive congratulations to the Knicks. OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, Robinson off the bench. I mean, these guys are wonderful players. Kolek too. You have to be able to have an incredible depth to fill in for those minutes where you're not on the court, where you have someone that you're injured, you're in foul trouble, and you don't want to get fouled out, and you're also trying to manage your minutes returning from an injury. You need to have incredible players who can come off the bench and do exactly what you do and make your absence not be felt, basically.
All right.
So massive congratulations to them, and to the San Antonio Spurs, keep your head up high. You're a young side, a very young side with lots of potentials. Think about this being your first time in a playoffs since the year 2017. That's 9 years without being in the playoffs, and you get to an NBA Finals. Yes, you may have lost, and you may have lost in the manner that you did, but keep your head up. You put up a good fight through 5 games, and just think about, okay, what can we do right now? What is that
we get back
that we get back even better? We get to this position, because you know that once they get to this position again, they are not going to let go of it, and that's going to be the case at the end of the day. So it's all about the NBA. It's all about the conclusion, and it's also a very sad one, because we don't get to see any NBA action until late October. They always have those four month period.
Next.
So we have to really wait some time before we get to see.
That's a huge fight here between Kimi Antonelli, and I think he has overtaken George Russell right there.
This boy is flying on confidence.
I'm telling
you,
flying on confidence. 5 laps to go. It is right there at the Barcelona Catalonia Grand Prix, and we have Lewis Hamilton expanding the lead. It's 17 minutes, or call that seconds.
He has seen that one.
17 seconds. Yes,
he
17 seconds.
He has definitely seen that one of 17 seconds between him
himself and Kimi Antonelli.
And
just 5 more laps to go. We can say it's home and dry right now for Ferrari. It's home and dry right now for Lewis Hamilton, except something emerges from the tracks and blows him into the air. That's the only time he will not win this.
Was that the Great Britain or the British Grand Prix last season, where Hamilton was fourth and Nico Hülkenberg was in third, and Osas was on the sideline like, spoil this man's car now. Something should spoil his car so that Hamilton will finish on podium. But there's no worries. The man has finished on back-to-back podiums, and he's set to claim his first Grand Prix since 2024.
It's a huge one.
That's
it's definitely going to be
time.
A huge one there for Lewis Hamilton, who says that fine wine is bad when it gets old. I think no, it gets better even with age. That's for Lewis Hamilton. I listened to his post-match interview in the Monaco Grand Prix, and he looked at those who finished on the podium with him, talking about Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Haja, and he said, my age is even bigger than the addition of your both ages joined together. That's what he is right here. He's a legend in the sport, and he's also showing why he's a legend that never dies right there in the sport. So that's it coming from Formula One. We're still talking about the NBA. Big congratulations there to the New York Knicks for nicking this season's NBA title on a 4-1 series against the San Antonio Spurs. Thanks to a man like Jalen Brunson getting 45 points from there. But the talk right now is on the man Victor Wembanyama, because looking at him in the build-up to the end of this particular NBA final, at some point, I thought he was the coach of the San Antonio Spurs, because he was going around every player saying, you need to do this, we're doing it, put it together. Yeah, I know that's it. But the hype around him has become too much. Looking back at 2016, we saw a case where the man LeBron James did something like this for the Cleveland Cavaliers when they defeated the Golden State Warriors to win the NBA title or championship. It ended on the 4-3 on the aggregates there, or call that on the series. He had to do the larger than I he had to pull that stunt, the larger than I stunt, to make sure that the Cavaliers won that one at the expense of the Golden State Warriors. As I said, 4-3. The Golden State Warriors had a 2 up front against the Cavaliers on that series of 7, and LeBron James had to.
Sorry to pause you. Kimi is out.
Kimi is out. You see,
he's not even going to be on. So when we talk about things happening, when we talk about things happening, that is definitely one of them. The fact that even Hamilton, something would have happened. That was Leclerc had to pit. That is Charles Leclerc, because Leclerc, he ran into some problems, and I think he has issues with his tires right now. He's not even functioning properly. But Kimi Antonelli is out 3 laps away after overtaking Russell in that all Mercedes affair. He will not even have points.
He won't have points
for this round.
I think he has to push himself too much.
That is huge.
That's huge. He has to push
for the
himself
rest
too
of
much.
the drivers' championship standings right now. Yeah, that is definitely huge for this one. As Hamilton is just all but cruising to victory right now with the 25 second differential. But you'll be hoping he does not run into any issues as things stand.
Yes, that's it. So 2 more laps to go right there. We're seeing 64 laps out of 66 done and dusted there for Lewis Hamilton. We're waiting to give the shout. We are waiting for the checkers flag to come out to indicate that Lewis Hamilton has finally won a Grand Prix in how many months now? Since 2023, right? Yeah, so it's going to be a huge one there for Lewis Hamilton. Kimi Antonelli out. He's descending down the pecking order. I don't know what happened to his car. Most likely we'll confirm, but he's currently out as we speak. On the podium positions, Lewis Hamilton is topped. There's George Russell, who happens to be 25 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton, and there is also Lando Norris of McLaren right there also. And we are seeing Max Verstappen. Oh, that's Kimi Antonelli. So sorry, chap. So sorry there. He had a brilliant race right from the beginning, but the ending is not.
Unfortunately, the championship leader had to go out that way. But I think you learn when you're having the highs of the highs. You also need to remember that not every race is that way, and you are maybe you could say be fortunate to be in those positions. So you also learn that sometimes it's the cruelty of the track, and maybe get better, maybe compete in a different way, find a different level coming back. It could serve as a huge confidence boost. And also
Novak Djokovic with the checkers flag, getting ready
to flag it.
So
a 24-time Grand Slam winner is right there, getting ready to flag that one right there to signify the last lap of the race, which Hamilton is all but set to win. And he moves up to second. He's currently going to be 115 points, which is just 41 points behind Kimi Antonelli. So it is not done. For anybody who thought it was done, it is not done at all. There's still a long way to go when it has to do with the Drivers' Championship season. But for now, Hamilton will claim this one, and he'll be extra happy to find out that Kimi Antonelli will not be finishing this race at all. Yes, so that's how it stands. And talking about the man there, Novak Djokovic, his subordinates on the court right now, Donna Vekic, has defeated Emma Raducanu to take that one there. So there is no favorite. It is still Raducanu doing Raducanu things. And Camille and Alex de Minaur are still battling that one out there. It is a 3-3, and Camille has the advantage in the 7th game, which de Minaur is 7-4. So it means if he converts that advantage, he takes a break. He's off a break as it stands.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been talking a lot when it has to do with other sports right from the beginning of the show. Remember, athletics, we did talk about tennis, we talked about Formula One also, and now we are talking about basketball. But ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to switch to the round letter game. I know a lot of persons have been waiting for us to make the switch for them to get talking right now. You can still air your thoughts on any of the stuff that we've talked about when it has to do with other sports. But for now, we are switching to football. But before we switch, the phone line is buzzing. Let me take this call. Hello. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Name, location?
My name is Sylvester.
All right, Sylvester. Is this Sylvester Marine?
Joko.
All right, go on.
My nickname is Joko.
Okay. Welcome. Go on.
I'm calling from Ogonogo side, the most peaceful community in Abroad, the local government.
Welcome.
Very, very peaceful.
All right.
Hospitality to strangers.
I like that.
Let me start. First of all, let me start with tennis.
Okay, go on.
I like the way things are happening in this year. In this year, 2026, Alexander Zverev has won
a Grand Slam.
His first Grand Slam. Yeah, I was very, very happy after times of coming to the finals and be defeated by Novak Djokovic and the rest people. Finally, he succeeded in winning the Grand Slam. Then, when it comes to the issue of the Formula One that is going on, that Lewis Hamilton is heading.
He has finally won it, not just heading. He has won it.
Yeah, okay, he has won it.
Yes, he
I
has.
have been a long-time fan of Lewis Hamilton. But since 2023, he has not won the Grand Prix. I thank him so much for winning the Grand Prix, and I hope he will go ahead and win the Formula One this year. And for the other sports that we have just discussed.
Basketball.
Yeah, basketball, very, very important. Very, very important. I love what the New York Knicks have done. Since 53 years, they have not won it. They have not won the last thing, and they have won it this year. It's very, very high. It's so much love the way the year 2026
all right.
coming around for the teams that have not won any Grand Slam, any major tournament. And let me just take a look at the round leather game that we're going to now.
All right.
I expect a debutant team or a team that has not won the World Cup to win this World Cup.
Okay.
Yeah, this year 2026.
All right.
Yeah, very, very important.
All right.
And please just throw more light, a little light on Chelsea transfer update.
All right.
Because my blood is blue.
Okay.
My blood is blue.
All right. We'll definitely do that.
Remember I told you last time that if Nigeria did not qualify for 2030 World Cup, I will switch my allegiance.
Yes, you said so.
I will switch my allegiance. I have started making plans, and the president that will be in charge that 2030 should not forget that he will resign.
Okay.
Whether you like it or not, he will resign. That president will resign.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Thank you so much for dropping by right there, Sylvester, for that particular one. The phone line is still buzzing, but let me let you know that Lewis Hamilton has won the Barcelona-Catalonia Grand Prix. The last time this man won a Grand Prix was the Belgian Grand Prix on July 28, 2024, and he makes it 106 wins, career wins in Formula One. That's the beauty of the man Lewis Hamilton, a legend he is in the sports. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Yeah, I agree with you guys.
Welcome, Kabulobari. Welcome. Go on quickly.
Yes, I called to congratulate my man.
Lewis Hamilton.
Yes, I told you people yesterday that he will win a race, either one or two this season, but he has started this one today. That means I'm giving you another 3. Yes, I'm so happy. All right. So happy. Then for Ima, that girl, I don't know what to say about that girl. All that girl just did like Bianca. We just come on board. More time.
You mean Andreva?
No, Bianca Andreva that beat Serena Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once he won Serena Williams from that time, that guy didn't come up again. So I blame this Ima because once you won your first title, you just rush and start the people that makes him to win that his first title. That is from that time that lady had to have problems.
All right.
And if he didn't fit up, she will not even come up again.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Kabulobari, talking about Bianca Andreescu, Canadian tennis player, one-time Grand Slam winner. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Life. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Josiah. I'm calling from Oji.
Welcome, Josiah.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Hamilton. He has been on the win title. He left Mercedes-Benz.
Yes, the last time he won was in Mercedes in 2024.
Yes, since he joined this people, this is his first trophy now.
Yes, his first race, first win.
I'm so happy for him. That's my call now.
All right. Thank you so much for dropping by. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to switch things. And here we go. It is the round letter game of football. Yeah, we saw a couple of games that came in from Group B and Group C. From Group B, we had Qatar play out a 1-0 draw with Switzerland. And for also Group C, we had Brazil. The biggest game of that particular encounter, or call that the FIFA 2026 World Cup so far. Brazil up against Morocco. Brazil 5-time champions, Morocco African champions. It ended 1-1, and it looked like the Moroccans took the fight to the Brazilians. Ismail Saibari came in the 21st minute with a goal for Morocco. A clinical counter-attack finished up with a chip there from Ismail Saibari. And Vinicius Jr. had to dig deep to find out if he could actually write his name in gold, and yes, he did, as he got the equalizer for the Seleção of Brazil yesterday, as he came in from the left-hand side, cut in, and with his right foot, he finished off a brilliant equalizer there for Brazil. That one ended 1-1 as the Brazilians did run through the second half, as well as the Atlas Lions of Morocco, trying to see if they could go in front, but it didn't work, as that one, they settled the scores even yesterday in that particular encounter. For Morocco, they proved that they are a force to be reckoned with. They were dominant through the first 10 minutes, 70% possession in that particular one, and it looks like Carlo Ancelotti did not get his act right yesterday in the early stages of that particular encounter. Henry, how did you assess that game yesterday between Brazil and Morocco?
Decent result, fair result, but I think Morocco are the better side. Morocco are the better side. They outplayed Brazil. They deserve the victory, honestly. And to be frank, I mean, you could see the performances. One man actually stood out for me, 18-year-old Ayub Boadi. I mean, the midfielder had Casemiro, Paqueta, and Bruno Guimaraes. The young lad just played his heart out, and for me was the man of the match, as much as Vinicius actually got the man of the match award. Ayub Boadi was fantastic. El Ainoui was also fantastic. Then you also look at Brahim Diaz, who was a constant threat and menace for the Brazilian defense, as well as Saibari's work rate and tireless working, what he's known for, and that fantastic finish, making Alisson look stupid, if I'm allowed to use that word, for actually coming out. No, seriously, Alisson didn't do the wrong thing by coming out, but Saibari's finish and quick thinking actually made him look like he did the wrong thing, or made him look stupid. And Ashraf Hakimi, another player with another fine game, and also Nassar Mazraoui had a fine game. Kept Rafinha quiet. Rafinha was so redundant and quiet in that game. Had a very poor game. I think Brazilians have to thank Vinicius a lot. Vinicius actually stepped up when they needed somebody to step up, and he's probably the major reason why Brazil got a point from that game, because trust me, Morocco outplayed. At a point you'll be thinking that Brazil are wearing red, but no, that was Morocco. Morocco were the better side. Mohamed Ouabi has continued with the fantastic work Regragui was doing with this team, and Morocco actually will fancy their chances going very far in this competition.
All right, Henry, we have Sumto join us also on the show. Sumto, very, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
I apologize I could not be there now due to some international assignments.
Wonderful. I hope you come back with the extra codes from the international assignment.
I might be on a plane now going to US. I don't know.
Okay.
That's the magic of a Sunday.
Come back with dollars. That's my own.
I will come back with rice and stew very plain. Sorry, the name is rice and stew. Sorry, what did they tell you?
Funny you there. Sometimes did you have your eyes on the game between Morocco and Brazil? It looked like at one point I was trying to I was looking for the Brazilians in that particular encounter, and it looked like they were on red jerseys.
I would not lie to you. It's a Sunday, yeah. I would not lie. I slept off. And that's this World Cup sometimes. Some of the games are late at night. I only got up around 5 p.m. to watch the game between Australia and Turkey. But I am yet to see clips of the Brazil and Morocco game because of the international assignment, and also I went to church earlier today. I know they like Henry knows to go to church sometimes, but the Brazil and Morocco game was quite interesting, and we expected it from yesterday. It was two teams in the top 10 of the FIFA rankings, and so a lot of things I could see. Morocco gave a very good account of themselves, and it's worthy to note that Moroccan side have made a statement that they will not be pushovers in this World Cup. Now, for some reason, I did a video on my TikTok, and I was to post that, and I put Brazil as part of my top 5 favorites for the World Cup, and I did that for one reason only. It was because of Carlo Ancelotti.
All right.
Now, there's a crazy stat that people might not know, but it is a statistic, is that no manager that is not of the nationality of the country he's coaching has won the World Cup. No manager that is not of the nationality that is coaching. Lionel Scaloni, who won the World Cup for Argentina, the last edition, is an Argentine. Didier Deschamps won in 2018. He's French.
A French man.
Yeah. In 2014, Joachim Löw won it for Germany. He's German. In 2010, Vicente Del Bosque won it for Spain. He's Spanish. There is no manager or no coach who has won a World Cup that is not from that country. So for a lot of us who said, oh, Brazil, oh, Portugal, who have Roberto Martinez, that is Spanish. For England, that has Thomas Tuchel, who is German. If any of these three countries can, by some miracle, go against the statistics of the long history of the World Cup, go against statistics and win the World Cup, it's going to be monumental. And I put Brazil in that bracket.
All right.
But it is a man who transformed Real Madrid. Look at Real Madrid after Ancelotti left. Look like such an average. But that team won the Champions League with him. Won La Decima with him. He knows how to sort of bring out the best in players. And Brazil needed... The last time Brazil won the World Cup was in 2002. They need a man who will bring out the best, because you look at the Brazil team list, it looks like Morocco. If you look at Brazil had Ronaldinho.
All right.
They had Roberto Carlos. They had Ronaldo Nazario. Brazil had stars. But look at that team yesterday. It's not as stars as it should be. Yes, you can say average, maybe above average if you like. But then it is not as it used to be. But I feel like Carlo Ancelotti can bring out the best in some of these players. Talking about Rafinha, Vinicius, by the way, is called a worldie of it. But Saibari's goal was also very good. So Morocco did not lay flat for Brazil to come and dominate over them. Oh, they are the name Brazil. No, and you can bet yourselves that. And I said it before that Morocco, Brazil, Scotland that look like teams that will come out of that group. And Scotland have done the world of good. Why would I think Scotland will come out? It's because Haiti is the whooping boys and they've lost their first game. Haiti will face Morocco and Brazil. Morocco have a chance to face Haiti. They can get 4 points.
All right.
Now the Scotland where you can get at least 5 points or even 7. So it's looking very, very nice for Morocco. For Brazil, relax. I think there's a lot of outrage and downpour and turmoil after this first game against Morocco. Morocco is in the top 10 of the FIFA rankings. Morocco are not any pushovers.
Yeah.
And the like when I said it yesterday, the statistics was firmly balanced. Brazil had 1 win, Morocco had 1 win in their favor for the 2 times they've ever played each other. The last time Brazil defeated Morocco was in the 1998 World Cup. So Morocco are not any pushovers. Brazil now are a team who need to get their act in order. Vinicius declined the halftime interview. He was visibly upset. He declined that halftime interview and it was told that it will be fine by FIFA. And he said, yes, FIFA fine. So what do you really ask him? Oh, you guys are getting favorites, are getting nominated by another side or whatever. There was a little bit of palpable tension in Brazil, but it's time for calm heads to prevail. They've got experienced players, Alex Becker, Marquinhos, Casemiro. They've got experienced players around that side. Ancelotti needs to find the right balance and bring out the best of his players. But I still think these are the 2 things that progress from good. It is good he ended in the share of the spoils. Nothing to separate the best 2 sides of this group.
All right. Still stick around, Somto, as I would go down to Henry right now. We saw that game yesterday. The man Ismail Sabari became the gold mine right there for Morocco. In the African Cup of Nations, it was Ayoub El Kabi who led the lines for Morocco. Do you think that this is probably a tactical switch coming in from Mohamed Kwabi, seeing something spectacular in Ismail Sabari, and it's beginning to pay off there for Morocco, Henry? And there is the talk of the town, the young man called Ayoub Bouadi. Ayoub Bouadi, 18 years old he is, and has now become a terror in the midfield, or call that a midfield maestro for Morocco. Looking at that game yesterday, with the development of the players that you have seen, Henry, can Morocco go all the way back again into the semi-finals? Because we've seen a beauty. If you can hold up a Brazilian side who has got quality, yes, you might be saying that not as much as quality compared to certain teams in Europe like France, maybe I want to call Belgium in that mix, or England in that mix. If
more quality than Belgium. Just answer your question. Can they make it to the semi-final? What I saw yesterday, yes, they can. What I saw, it's glaring. Like, it was very evident. Although you could say maybe there might be some little softness defensively, but I mean, it's a quality side. It's a Diop plays for Fulham. Shadi Riyad plays for Crystal Palace. It's a side that's looking at any other team and saying, the players you have, I play there too. I play with these guys. I mean, Mazraoui shouldn't feel out of place or out of depth. I mean, he plays with Casemiro and Mateus Cunha in Manchester United. Achraf Hakimi plays with Marquinhos. Or he was in Real Madrid as well as Vinicius. So, I mean, you're looking at all these guys and they don't need to look or feel out of place because they play at the same level with these guys. I mean, Ismail Sabari was part of a PSV side that beats Liverpool 4-1 this season. The man is about to seal a move to Bayern Munich. So it shows the quality in the side. For Sabari, he's a very versatile player, a player a lot of people love to term a utility player. He can play multiple positions behind the striker, as a central midfielder, out wide, or as a striker itself. And he showed that to good effect. And his work rate is actually very fantastic. So I'm sure that was one of the reasons why Mohamed Ouabi actually put him or started him up front ahead of the likes of Sofiane Rahimi or Ayoub El Kabi. They didn't take a necessary to the World Cup. So those are probably most likely their starting options. And the man went for a lot of work rate in the midfield. We had the likes of Unahi, Anawi, and Ayoub Bouadi, the Lille man in the middle of the park, and they took over the midfield of the game from Brazil. Yes, Brazil had their moments, but in midfield had, like I mentioned before, Bruno Guimaraes, Lucas Paqueta, and Casemiro, later on Fabinho came in, and they dominated Brazil. They actually took the game by the scruff of the neck, and definitely could have, and in my opinion, should have won that game against Brazil. It was a fantastic performance, and definitely I think you're looking at this Moroccan side. They definitely will fancy or can fancy their chances, and could be looking at it and saying, yeah, we can play the semi-final of the World Cup again, probably even do better, maybe get the third place medal this time, or even probably go all the way to the final this time around. But I mean, it's actually quite positive from Morocco. But for Brazil, the positive I'll take out of it for Brazil is the fact that Ancelotti was able to read the game well enough to at least stifle Morocco a bit in the second half. He made the game much more balanced in the second half, and chances were few and far between in the second half compared to the first half. But I think that's the positive Brazil can take out of that game, that Ancelotti was able to read that game and note the mistakes very well. Like Soto said, I mean, the man knows how to win competitions. He knows how to do things. He's coached elite level players, and definitely it doesn't seem out of his depth to the Brazilian national team. But I think the main positive has to be Morocco. Morocco just has to be the main positive yesterday. I knew they had it in them, but that performance on Saturday just cemented the mindset or the idea or thought that Morocco can actually do this thing.
All right. And Santo, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, Santo, the Brazilian side yesterday, a couple of mistakes, tactical mistakes from the coach of the side, Carlo Ancelotti, at the beginning of that particular game. He did not unleash Vinicius Junior to the left-hand side. He had Lucas Paquetá play from the middle, but within the first half of that game, he had to make that switch, let Vinicius get to the left, brought Rafinha into the middle of the game to play the number 10 role, and it looked like Brazil came back to life in that one. During one of the cooling breaks, I saw Neymar Jr. come down to the Brazilian side, trying to issue out or give out some instructions to the likes of Vinicius Jr. as well as Gomes in the pitch there during the cooling break. And that Brazilian side looked very bare in terms of creativity going in. But Somto, you're going to hold on a bit on your thoughts. We'll go out to pay some bills right now quickly, and when we come back, I would get your thoughts on Brazil's vulnerability.
Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shoko. So say we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come. Our product don't enter market. Long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, glass, bond, wood shake, and roman. Don't forget saying that Dr. Agnes one man where the manufacturer Agnes one man delta tooth powder. Nice to carry this product enter market. Wakaskele Wugali has until enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated by Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Ositema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product. I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
the Milan side are a good opposition. So let's say it was a balance of play.
All right.
But let's into the side, he obviously moves into the number 10 role because while we did go pay some bills, I had to make some research and I wanted to check because Neymar and Paqueta play in the same league. They play in the Brazilian
League, yeah.
When I said I refuse to believe that Brazil want to be dependent on Neymar. Neymar is 34. Neymar has been going through crazy injuries. And I mean, he got called up to the national team and his village people decided it was time to strike and hit this calf injury. Normally, this calf injury, I just have my eyes. This type of
it was estimated 2 to 3 weeks sidelining for him.
Exactly. The torn calf. I mean, okay, I'm just watching. But maybe they don't want to outplay the situation. Maybe he does return. But it seems like at this point in time, Paqueta wasn't so bad. Maybe he got into the game later on. But statistically, from the Brazilian league, Neymar has more goal involvements than Paqueta. Neymar has scored more goals than Paqueta. He has 4. Paqueta has 3. Neymar has gotten 2 assists. Paqueta has not gotten any assists in the Brazilian league. And Neymar posts a better expected goal ratio than Lucas Paqueta. And it will shock you to know that Paqueta in all of this has played more games than Neymar. So it's quite an interesting dynamic to see that this Brazil side somehow, some way still probably needs Neymar Jr. And it's Neymar Jr. we are talking about here. Forget the injuries, forget anything. They say form is temporary, but they say class is permanent.
Yeah.
Neymar, the class of Brazil. Neymar is Brazilian royalty from the 2013s down to the year we are in 2026. Neymar is Brazil. Neymar should probably make his way back into this team when he's fit. We want to see a fit Neymar at the World Cup. We say this is the last dance, right?
Yeah.
Neymar has to come to this Brazil team, and I do hope he does very well. But from Brazil, yes, it's the first game. Ancelotti is his first World Cup in Brazil. He has to look for it. Is this balance thing that has made me say I want to see England very keenly?
Okay.
Is this balance made me say I want to see France very keenly?
Okay.
Because some of these teams, even when you watch their friendlies, you will know that they are trying to still find the Africa Cup of Nations final. Morocco has stability on the international stage, so it's not surprising where they are right now.
All right.
So as opposed to this Brazil team, who seemed like after 2018 they were rebuilding. 2022, yes, they lost some penalties to Croatia, but now this Brazil team have not hit the heights at international level, whether in South America, whether even on the world stage. So it's still, I would say, with Carlo Ancelotti at the helm, it's still a rebuilding process, but there's no better man than Carlo Ancelotti because even while he's rebuilding, he can give you quick results.
Okay.
So let's see how Brazil go in this one.
All right. Thank you so much, Somto. Still be on the standby right now. I would move over to Henry to get his thoughts. Henry, Somto has talked about Neymar being an integral member of that Brazilian side. We saw his absence yesterday, really felt in that side due to creativity. But one person who we have also seen his importance is Vinicius Jr. He had to step up yesterday to get that equalizer. A man very important even to Real Madrid. 22 goals and 11 assists for Real Madrid before stepping into this World Cup. And who else would have been the one to salvage what was left for Brazil yesterday, if not Vinicius Jr.? Definitely not him.
Vinicius has not had the best of times with the Brazilian.
But when it comes to big names,
big names, yes, he's the biggest name now on the pitch. But he stepped up yesterday. That was the thing, because Vinicius has not been stepping up in a Brazilian shirt for a long time.
Yeah,
he has not done it in a Brazilian shirt. A lot of Brazilians will question whether he's committed enough and all that stuff. But he stepped up yesterday. He was the man that stepped up when Brazil needed him to step up, and that was a good thing. But the thing is that Brazilian team looks so disjointed. And
what I really wanted to ask you is, we saw a switch of positions for him, and that was when it sparked. What's so much as an integral placement right now for Brazil? Vinicius Jr. from the left at all times.
He plays from the left for Brazil. Look, the man was just fired up yesterday, I have to say. And if he continues like this, I mean, he might now enter that rhythm whereby Vinicius now turns out to be the performer Brazil wants and expects him to be the main talisman, take the mantle away from Neymar. Because truth be told, I remember we had this argument. I said Neymar needs to go to the World Cup because the Brazilian team plays better when Neymar is there. I know he has not played for the national team for about 3-4 years, but that national team, looking at the past or before he even left the national team, they played better when Neymar played. They played better when Neymar played, so it's a no-brainer. If Neymar can recreate that spark he had before, Neymar has 19 goal involvements this season for Santos. So that shows you he has. The Brazilian league runs from March to. It's not like the normal European calendar distance. So for 19 goals halfway through the season, 19 goal involvements halfway through the season. Not even up to really halfway through the season in Brazil yet. The man has 19 goal involvements. It shows that he's almost back to the best. Just that the injuries are frequent and here and there.
Yeah.
He's 34 now. It's one last rodeo, one last run, one last push. And he can just be the X factor. Even if he doesn't play the group stages, 3 or 4 points is literally enough for you to cross the group in this World Cup. It's easier to cross the group with 48 teams because the third place team, 8 of them have a chance to actually cross the group at the end of the day out of the 12 groups. So there's still a good chance. Brazil definitely will be crossing this group. But the thing is, if Neymar is back, he could be that X factor they need from the round of 16 or round of 32 upwards. Then coupled with the fact that if the Vinicius can continue with the way he started yesterday, then Brazil have a very good chance of going far with those two. But I think I have my issues a bit with the defense lineup and that midfield. The midfield feels a little bit heavy. It feels a little bit heavy, and it exposed Marquinhos and Gabriel a lot during that game. Honestly, they were really exposed. And I didn't feel comfortable with Douglas Santos and Roger Ibanez by both sides. Yeah, but probably Ibanez wouldn't have been the one to start if Wesley didn't get injured before the World Cup. Wesley would have been the one to start. But I mean, let's see. I still feel there needs to be more changes in the middle of the park. Maybe Casemiro looked out of his depth against Morocco yesterday. Fabinho came in, stabilized things a bit more. Maybe I want to see more legs. Maybe Ederson and Bruno Guimaraes. I think it will give them more legs and more balance in the middle of the park. Energy, more carrying ability, good technical ability. This will help, but Vinicius actually stepped up yesterday, but I still think this team needs Neymar if they want to go far or make a run in this World Cup.
All right. Let's get the thoughts of the listeners out there. That game yesterday between the Seleção of Brazil and the Atlas Lions of Morocco. What do you see? How do you see the Moroccans going forward? Can they go all the way to the semi-finals once more? Maybe this time push a little bit above their weight to get into the finals of this year's FIFA 2026 World Cup. Yes. And for the Brazilians, what do you make of their performance against the Moroccans yesterday? Do you still think that Brazil could be the favorite to win a 6th FIFA World Cup in this particular edition of the FIFA World Cup? 0810-951-0951. Yes, the phone line is open to take your reactions right now. We're talking about the FIFA World Cup. Morocco yesterday up against Brazil. 1-1 it ended. That game showing sparks of brilliance from certain players, the likes of Ismail Saibari, Ayob Baudi in that particular one, as well as Vinicius Jr. Do you think that, these guys could carry this team even forward as we go on this particular FIFA 2026 World Cup? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to me right here in the studio. Hello, good afternoon to you, or call that good evening to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Yeah, good evening. This is
Welcome.
Charles from Port Harcourt.
Charles from Port Harcourt. Go on with your thoughts.
Okay, well, I would have given it to Brazil any day before the match, but the first 15 minutes interchange was crazy. In fact, at that point, I knew I made a mistake giving it to Brazil. It was so obvious that the Brazil team was a bit disjointed. It's like most of these players were handpicked based on merit. Yes, based on merit on performance from their clubs, but I don't think they played together as a team.
All right.
Gabriel was looking shaky, very unlike him. I think it was a result of the midfield. The
All right.
midfield was it was just a pack of people who were more defensive minded than attacking.
Directed
A
towards
direct
goal.
pass. Yes. he just had to make the best of it, and then, he did his thing. I know when he made that cutting, he was going to score that goal. But after that, Brazil they were flat throughout the first half. Second half, well, I will still give it to Morocco. Morocco still balanced the game. They were more in control. They muffled the midfield. They in fact, even the wings were more active with them.
All right.
They were more confident on the ball. If you look at the way the Moroccans held the ball, it was like they were the ones that were referred to as Brazil, but they were wearing red instead. It was just that bad. I would just say Ancelotti, well, his first time into a World Cup as a coach, so I would just cut him some slack, but I want to see something much better from the Brazilians in the next game. For this one, I knew it was going to be tough, but to be very frank, I wanted to give it to Brazil. But
all right,
Morocco should take the day. They played far better. They were more composed. They played more like champions. And then looking at their history, their stats between both teams, of course, we know that Morocco, I think the last time they played, Morocco won Brazil 2-1, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that was a draw. The last time Morocco played with Brazil in a friendly.
Okay, I will check that out. But
okay.
I think they beat Brazil 2-1.
They beat Brazil 2-1, 2 goals to 1.
They beat Brazil 2-1. Yes. So it was not that. It's not like this is they didn't need to come to the field and lie down and expect to be rolled over. Brazil is a familiar foe to them, and I'm sure throughout the years they've been playing. I think head to head, I think it's not too bad. So they are equally matched. So I know the game was going to be tough. I expected Brazil to play much better. Even if their midfield was flat, I expected a more attacking front line, but I was disappointed. First half and second half, Moroccans outplayed the Brazilians. Every time I look at the screen, the ball was always in the hands of the red people in red, and the patch was in attack was always the yellow patch. It was crazy. But it was a lovely game. It was a lovely game. It was like yesterday. I think all the matches played by draw. Right? Unless did I miss anything else? Everybody played draw, 1-1 draw.
That was yesterday. Yes, everybody played 1-1 draw. Switzerland 1-1 with Qatar.
Okay. So that's for the bookmakers. I think they made a lot of money there because nobody saw that coming. I swear, everybody saw that coming. It was a crazy one. Switzerland dropped by. I expected Switzerland to win.
Though we had a victory yesterday, though. United States defeating Paraguay by 4-1. That was early as of yesterday.
No, that was early hours. No, I was talking about the last stretch of
1-1 on both ends.
1-1 went on both ends. Okay. No, the World Cup is looking more interesting. At least some people are smiling while more people are frowning to the bank. Let's just hope it gets better.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. That's Charles on that particular one. Thank you so much for it right there. 08109510951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. I'm still here with Henry. Somto is still with us via the phone line, and we're talking about the FIFA World Cup. Yesterday, one game that I know that so many persons will not be happy with was the game between Switzerland and Qatar. It was expected that the Swiss would get the better of the Qatar side, but that one did not go through right there the way expected. But before we talk about that one, Brazil will come up against Haiti next, and Morocco will be up against Scotland next. For Scotland, they lead the group as they defeated Haiti by 1-0, Henry, and that's a definite morale boost for the Scottish guys coming up against Morocco. How do you see this one pan out? Do you think that the Moroccans will be able to get the better of if they get the better of the Scottish side, then I think Morocco could go home through the next round and maybe could finish at the top of the group.
It depends what happens. Brazil also pay. I think who finishes top of the group between Brazil and Morocco, I think it's between one of them. It depends on who beats Haiti more. But Haiti actually put up a good fight against Scotland earlier as of this morning. I mean, Scotland won 1-0, but you look at the XGs, you look at the performance, you look at the chance created. Haiti actually put up a fight. They were not far off from Scotland, but you say superior quality for Scotland, getting their first win in the World Cup since 1990. They've not been at the World Cup since 1998. It took them 36 years to finally win a game again at the World Cup. And a good one for them. But I still think Morocco have the edge over Scotland. I expect them to win, but it's the World Cup. Qatar showed us what they can do yesterday. I remember watching that game, and I was watching my brother. The goalkeeper was busy making saves. Abu Nada, the goalkeeper, was busy making saves. And nada means no.
No, yeah.
In Spanish. I was not like Abu, no. That's what Abu was telling me. He was like telling the Swiss guys, I'm Abu, and no, you're not scoring. like that's what.
After that game, so many faces were rumpled.
And at the point when I was watching it, I was like telling my bro like by the 70th or 65th minute, if Switzerland doesn't double their lead,
then it
becomes
scary.
dicey, because Qatar will come out feeling that they can actually snatch something or take something from this game, because we survived for the last. No, Abu Nada was fantastic. They survived for the last 60-70 minutes. We can actually come out, and they started coming out. And one thing I have always noted, and you know where I stand as regards Qatar, technically, tactically, they're sound.
Yeah.
You win the Asian Cup once, we say it's a fluke, but you're back-to-back champions of the Asian Cup. You're defending champions. A continental competition that has the likes of South Korea, Japan, and even Australia. As much as you say, where does Australia really rank? But you're able to win it back-to-back, then people have to start taking you seriously. Akram Afif couldn't get his legs on the ball as much as you would love to, because he's the talisman of the team yesterday. But when they started coming out more from the 65th, 70th minute, started stringing those passes, they started looking more dangerous. Their confidence started improving. Physically is where they struggle to cope. I always say, technically, tactically, Qatar are not out of place. But physically, they struggle to cope. Most Asian teams don't really cope physically.
Are they truly Asians? Because I know
they're Arab, but they play the AFC.
But there are some members of that team that are not originally Qatarian.
Qatar has a population of 1.2 million. About only
Pedro Miguel is part of that.
Qatar has a population of about 1.2, 1.5 billion people. About only 600,000 are indigenous Qataris. Okay. So they have a lot of naturalized citizens in that team, even in their nationality. Pedro Miguel was at the last World Cup. And Edmilson Dos Santos, Junior, the striker. There are a lot of them that are. Almoez Ali, one of the key men, although his importance in the Qatari national team has dropped this period, he's originally from Sudan. He's originally from the Sudan. So they came out and they got that goal, their first point in the World Cup, their second goal in the World Cup, and they can start believing, because you look at the other two teams in the group, you actually got a point from the best team in that group, Switzerland, and you're looking at Canada, and you're looking at Bosnia. They can go out there and play for draws and cross the group.
Yeah, very true.
Like the way best loser setting in the competition works is that I literally don't need to win any game to win a competition. Portugal are a typical example. They didn't win any game till
2016.
Till they beat Wales in the semi-final 2-0. That was the only game they won in 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And they won the Euros. So, literally, I don't need to. So, Qatar can literally just draw all 3 games. And it's doable now. Because that belief and confidence is there from the fact they got the points.
But it's doable that Qatar will go and win the FIFA World Cup.
No, not the World Cup. I said cross the group. Please.
Okay,
not doing the FIFA. But it's doable now, because that belief is there. We got a point from Switzerland.
All right.
Canada and Bosnia are looked at as lesser opposition compared to Switzerland. So why can't we fancy our chances against those two countries? But I don't know. I still don't think they'll make it out of the group. But I think Switzerland needs to be disappointed about that performance. The coach Murat Yakin has to call his team to order, because the levels seriously dropped. It looked like they were not playing with that game. Just like what he complained about in the friendly against Australia, their last friendly before this World Cup. Yeah, they won that 1-0. They weren't that lucky against Qatar yesterday, but they need to perform better against Canada and Bosnia, which will be tougher games if they want to make it through to the group, to the round of 32.
All right. And for today, we had some games. Earlier on today, 2 a.m., we had a game in Group C where Haiti lost to Scotland by 1-0. And Group D had a game where it was a shock. Australia defeated Turkey. Yeah, it's a shock and an upset.
Australia a regular World Cup team, but it's still a shock. Turkey with all the stars. Yildiz started on the bench yesterday, which was something I don't understand what Vincenzo Montella was thinking by that. But you have to look at Kerem Atekoglu, Baris Alpa Yilmaz, Kenan Yildiz, Adagula, Hakan Çalhanoğlu, Okan Koçku, Abdul Karim Badachi. These are decent players. These are players that play at the top level in Yildiz and Gula in Real Madrid, Juve and Real Madrid respectively. Çalhanoğlu, we all know him. Koçku was in Benfica, is now with Beşiktaş. These are players played either at the top level in the Turkish league, Galatasaray, Fenerbahçe, Beşiktaş, Trabzonspor, or in some other good clubs in Europe.
All right.
And somehow, Nestroy Irukanda, a refugee, refugee turned Australian national was able, or they were able to get one over Turkey. Turkey created, though, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Beach, the Australian goalkeeper, made some good saves in the game.
It's quite clear. 30 shots on goal as against 9 shots for Australia. That should tell you that the
but
creation
Australia
was high.
were just, I mean, even the first goal from Irakunda was fantastic. The ball, the way he touched it to beat Badachi and just take it past Ugoka and Kakir. And see, that result was out of the blue, but I think Turkey has a lot of work to do. But the funny thing is that the next 2 games are actually not going to be easy for Turkey. Paraguay hosts United States. Maybe their luck against the United States is that they might be true by that time. Maybe United States beats Australia in their second game. If they're lucky, they get a result or a win against Paraguay, then somehow they have a chance to. But Taylor has to correct a lot of the problems, and I think defensively they were very susceptible on the counter attacks yesterday. Early hours of this morning, that game was by 5 this morning. They were very susceptible on the counter attacks, and he needs to sort that out defensively, and he needs to find a way for his players to start dispatching their chances, because there's a lot of creativity and firepower up front for that Turkish national team.
All right, and Somto is still here with us. Somto, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Somto, yesterday was the night for a certain Nestro Irakunda of Australia, 20-year-old. 20-year-old. Yeah, 20-year-old. Somto, I don't know if you saw that game yesterday.
Yeah, Australia. I saw a part of it.
Okay, you saw a part of that game.
I'm a very dedicated Christian like Henry, so I have to say that's it.
Okay, I really can't hear you clearly. I don't know. Maybe you're not speaking directly to your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly now. Okay, so we're looking at. Okay.
But I am a very dedicated Christian, unlike Henry.
Unlike Henry, okay. He said he's a very dedicated Christian, unlike Henry. That's the reason why he couldn't see the Right, Claire now, Claire.
Okay, so I was looking at his performance in the game overall, and it's almost like it's starting to be a tournament for some of the young men to show their shine in this one. I mean, you talk about Ayub Wadi also the other day yesterday for Morocco. Very, very, very impressive performances. I mean, amongst the heavyweights, when I say heavyweight of the World Cup, they've won the World Cup more times than any other team. 5 times they have against Brazil. Messi by some maybe beats straight. I mean, Messi the group. So I'm not sure if I'm not if you come go ahead. Say it's so if you're trading, it's Salam. See how the market supposed to get. It also for is able to run
All right. So it's okay hearing you right now, but I think I've gotten exactly what you have said right there. Thank you so much. As you just stand by, I'll talk to Hemi and get back to you. Yes. Yes. I think you're over the application right now. So network issues. Father versus son, or call that Goliath versus Ilitu David. But there is the Netherlands-Japan game. I really want to see what happens in that game because
Blue Samurai all the way.
Let me land first now.
Blue Samurai all the way. I'm telling you where I stand, and I'm telling you what I feel will happen.
Okay, but there is a mathematics professor who has predicted the World Cup, and he got it correctly. And this time he has said the Netherlands would win this year's FIFA World Cup.
And Wout Vegas.
He predicted that.
Yeah, well, crazier things
the
have
last
happened.
time, the last time they were ousted by the actual winners of the World Cup.
Funny enough, Netherlands hasn't lost a game in 90 minutes in the World Cup since 2006.
So,
since 2006, they've not lost a game in 90 minutes in the World Cup. 2006, they lost to Portugal 1-0. That game had about 4 red cards. I remember that game in the round of 16. Yeah, that was in normal time. But since then, they've not lost in normal time in the World Cup. 2010, lost after extra time to Spain in the final. 2014, it was on penalties to Argentina. The other one was that should be 2018. They didn't qualify. The last time out, they lost on penalties to Argentina in the quarterfinal as well. So there's a possibility it could happen, no doubt. I'm not disputing that or doubting that. But truth be told, I'm not expecting the Netherlands to win the World Cup. Honestly, I'm not expecting them to win the World Cup or to even get to the final of the World Cup.
But would you be shocked if the Netherlands wins this 2026 FIFA World Cup as predicted?
I'm not expecting them to, but I won't really be shocked. They are still a footballing nation. They've played in 3 World Cup finals in their history. So there's that history of them doing it or being very close. So they can actually do it. But I'm not expecting them to actually do it at the end of the day. But I'm really rooting for Japan. Japan knows how to play the big teams. It's just like they're fired up. They have that fire in their belly that comes. They've beaten Germany twice. Since the 2022 World Cup, they've beaten Germany twice. They've beaten Spain. They've beaten England. Which of these other big nations? They've beaten like 6 of them or 7 of them since the 2022 World Cup. So they understand what it's like, or they enjoy playing these nations. And Japan is one of the rising countries when it comes to global football. And yeah, they will be without 2 key players in Wataru Endo and Kaoru Mitoma, but I still think there are a lot of other players you can look at in that team. Gina Ito, was the Ritsudoan is still there. Ayoshi Ueda is still there. They have some good players in that Japanese team that could turn up the screw if need be. Hiroki Ito is still there at the back as well. So it's actually a good Japanese team and very sound technically. They have very technical footballers and they move the ball so well around. So I think that's I don't know, Ivory Coast, Ecuador. I have to think of Sports Attack tomorrow morning because that game is by 12. But I'll definitely be watching the Netherlands and Japan game. My eyes will be on that one. I think that's why I would have more interest as regards the games for today, early as of this morning or tomorrow morning.
Why?
Because I'm a Japanese fan. I'm a Japanese national team fan.
I was thinking otherwise.
I'm rooting for Japan. Japan are my second favorite team for this World Cup. I'm not revealing my favorite team for this World Cup. Japan are my second favorite team for the World Cup, but I want to see what happens. Let's see if the mathematician is right with his metrics and with his analysis and with his statistics and everything, or if I will be right with my own hunch and own belief. But take this one to the bank. Japan is scoring today. Japan is definitely going to score today. I don't know if they're allowed to reply, but I feel Japan will get a result today.
All right, Japan getting a result later on today. We've got two matches. Germany will be up against Curacao and Japan would be up against the Netherlands. And we've talked a lot about the FIFA 2026 World Cup, the games that took place yesterday as well as the games that took place earlier hours of today. So the phone line still remains open. You can call in and air your thoughts. 0810-951-0951. Yes, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. I've got Alex Kabari standing by to take you through the Niger edition, or call that the Niger segment of today's Sports Live. Alex, were you shocked with the Turkey-Australia results earlier on today?
I want to say I was shocked. I want to say so, but a part of me would also not be very surprised, Osas, if I'm being honest. Australia are a gritty side, and the 2022 World Cup has shown why they should not be underrated by any means. I mean, just look at them at the 2022 World Cup. It took the brilliance of Emiliano Martinez of Argentina to stop that game going into extra time.
All right.
I think it first of all was 2-0 to the Argentines, with Messi scoring that beauty.
Okay.
But then after that, they got one back, Australia, and they were on the front foot till the last minute. It was save after save. There was one that looked like it was practically already inside, just basically a tap-in situation, and Emiliano Martinez managed to pull off a save. So they are that side where it's very surprising, because you won't find too many of their players outside their shores. That team is heavily dominated by the likes of their local leagues. Sydney FC, Makato, Newcastle, Melbourne City, Melbourne United too, Newcastle United Jets, and the likes of them. So if you have to look at things how it stands, and given the fact that that league is not being rated currently among the top 15 in the world, then you would say that it's a bit of a surprise as to how they perform at the World Cup. But they are a group that has chemistry, and I always like to say it's a 1 month, or in this case a 39-day tournament. It's a tournament where all you have to do is play 90 minutes after 90 minutes. It is not a 38 league game format where you know that even if I lose today, I can bounce back tomorrow.
Okay.
It is one where a team can say, from now, if we add in the round of 32, from now to the final, 8 games to play. 4 in the group stages. 3 in the group stages, and 5 out of it, which is the 32-16 quarterfinal, semi, and final. If you're to go all the way, 8 games. Every game 90 minutes, particularly after picking your first 3 points of the tournament. You're going to be looking at every game 90 minutes, and that is precisely what they've done there to shock the returning Turkish team who looked like they were never ready for the occasion that was brought in there by the Australians. So I wouldn't really term it as a shocking result, Osas. I would say it's a team that can go toe-to-toe. If they could go toe-to-toe with the eventual champions of 2022 World Cup, they will go toe-to-toe with anybody. That's just the thing. And they've brought that same structure. It is very, very difficult to break them down. They play with 5 at the back, and you will sweat. You will break a sweat. You will break 1,000 sweat, Osas. Trying to break down that Australian defense.
All right, and Henry, quickly, look at that Group B. Yes, vent your anger on Switzerland right now. I know for a particular reason you want to vent your anger.
Particular reason.
Okay. But the truth here is that Switzerland has ended up throwing that group wide open. Everybody's with 1 point. Switzerland, Qatar, Canada, Bosnia and Herzegovina in that particular one. No team can really claim top spot at this point. But now, an advantage to everybody or a catastrophe to the entire World Cup?
Qatar will look at it and be licking their lips, like I said. They got a point from the biggest side in the group, so they'll probably be fancying their chances against Bosnia or Canada. Although I still feel they will lose both matches. But I think Switzerland will still cross the group. I'm looking at Canada still crossing the
World Cup, yes, and we are going to dive right into it. We're going to look at it from a different perspective, and that's going to be from the perspective of the African teams. But first off, we're going to kick things off with other sports, or should we say, from the local scene first of all, and then build our way gradually into looking at the happenings at the World Cup. And so far, how have the African teams performed, and have you been impressed with their performance at the 2026 FIFA World Cup? Yes, we saw South Africa in what many would describe as an abysmal performance. Yes, a very, very abysmal performance. And from there, we went on to also see really, really good performances from the Atlas Lions of Morocco. And I know a lot of persons are torn about them. I saw this debate. Are we going to support them or are we not? So there is this fight for common ground when it has to do with the Moroccans. But all I can say is I don't see how you can hate on beautiful football. Yes, I don't see how you can. But of course, I'll get your thoughts to see if we do have any Moroccan supporters
among the ranks of Nigeria. My name is Kabari Alexander, and I'll be here with you for the next 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yes, as we get to talk everything from the local scene. We have on the menu lots of happenings in the NWFL Super 6 as it's ready to boil down to its final days. Yes, as I did mention earlier, we'll be looking at the World Cup, but from an African side and the African team's perspectives. And of course, there's still lots and lots of other games to expect. Ivory Coast, yet another African side set to take to the pitch against the Ecuadorians. So it does not get easier. Lots and lots of clashes. There's Algeria against Argentina, and there's a lot to look forward to. So yes, just stay with us on this show. I still retain the guys from the first part. I do have a lady joining in. That's Blessing Thompson. I still retain Osas Ihiwen, the demigod in the world of sports, alongside Henry Ogugo. Yes, to do the business of talking with me. And yes, I would bring you in finally on that end when it is time to hear your thoughts, your contributions, and all feedback. It's going to be at 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951, and you can send in your messages via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal at 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. So without much ado, let's get this show up and running.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. Sports Life on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Life on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Okay, now we'll kick things, which is the NWFL Premiership 2025-2026 season. Will reach its climax today, yes, in Port Harcourt. The championship race was set for a thrilling conclusion as the Super 6 would have entered its decisive final round of matches. But as we are speaking, Edo Queens have been crowned the champions. They led and they held the advantage heading into today, and they they had to fight off interest from defending champions Bayelsa Queen and Nasarawa Amazons, who were within a striking distance. Yes, with kickoffs scheduled across all the venues, it saw Edo Queens at the end of the day coming out on top. Now that standout fixture was meant to be against was supposed to have the top of the table, Edo Queens against defending champions Bayelsa Queens. Yes, that was a very high stake South derby and has ultimately decided the championship. Now, Edo Queens led the Super 6 standings with 9 points, and they required only a draw to secure their second league title in 3 seasons.
Yes, they did get that one done. They did get the job done courtesy of a 0-0 draw away to Bayelsa Queens. So Edo Queens are champions of the Nigerian Women Football League. Yes, it is done, but lots and lots of talks. In fact, the entire thing I have drafted right here was to try to sort of preview that game right there. But at the same time, we did know that it was going to be ongoing, and we were waiting to see how it is all going to fare out. But in a situation where Edo Queens needed just 1 point to claim it all, they have done it with a 0-0 draw away to reigning champions, or should we say the champions who have just been unseated by Elsa Queens. Yes, so Henry, champions of the Nigerian Women's Football League. How crucial is it for Edo Queens and their coach Moses Aduku, who has been propelling them and had given them that one very, very stern statement, when he said that they had to concentrate. In his words, he said, I want to give kudos to my girls for playing to instruction and also for believing in ourselves, but we are not celebrating yet. Our focus completely shifts to Bayelsa Queens. That was right before that game versus Bayelsa Queens. But at the end of the day, it's job done, it's title secured, and they are heading back to Edo smiling.
Yeah, heading back to Edo smiling. Moses Aduku winning the NWFL title with Edo Queens. They've been the best side in the Super 6 so far, and Rivers Angels hasn't performed. Bayelsa Queens have been poor, defending champions, and yeah, the 7 champions. Better have to go. Let's draw with Bayelsa Queens to actually see themselves through or get that one. It's been a fantastic Super 6 for the Edo side. They didn't lose a game. And
I think they lost their opening game.
No, they were beaten.
Okay.
You're beaten, okay. So, quite a good one. Maybe not the name everybody was expecting to actually end up winning the Super 6 at the end of the day. But, Moses Aduku, a well-seasoned coach when it comes to the NWFL, has also coached the Under-20 national team. Also, so, the man comes with a lot of experience. So, he did lead this side to an NWFL title, and it's quite deserving for the way they've performed in the Super 6. Knowing, it's like a playoff. Playoff form is different from regular season form, like they usually love to say. So, a fantastic one, but a lot of people, even a lot of us here, were actually hoping Rivers Angels would do themselves some good, especially with the advantage of competition being played in Rivers, in Port Harcourt, at the Adoke and Simaka Stadium, their home turf, but that wasn't to be the case, and Edo Queens have been able to come here and get the NWFL title. A nice one at the end of the day.
All right, yeah, it's definitely a nice one as we have Edo Queens as your champions of the Nigerians Women Football League. Yes, they are the champions for the 2025-2026 season. And matters of there was just the small matter of the NWFL Golden Boot, of which Edo Queens striker Atume Dosu and Rivers Angels forward Abbas Yofon Uwa were tied on 13 goals each. And then alongside Edo Queens, Chioma Moses, who had 11 goals, but it's been confirmed right now that it is going to go between the pair of the striker Atume Dosu and Rivers Angels forward Abbas Yofon Uwa. Yes, so it is massive congratulations to Edo Queens on securing the championship title for the 2025-2026 Nigerians Women Football League season. Yes, but from there we'll just switch attention over to the MPFL, which is the men's side of things, where Bayelsa United have been disbanded. A couple of days ago, we found out that they have been disbanded by Governor Doyedibi, and he has come out to give a statement. Now, the embittered governor said on Wednesday it was painful and it was sad that the club has found itself back to where it started in the Nigerian National League. He said, at the end of this season, last football season, we found ourselves back to the beginning of where we started.
Sadly, our football club, Bayelsa United, has been relegated again to the second division of our country's league. And I was making statements and appealing to players on the board, coaches, and everybody that they should ensure that they did everything possible so that our club remained in the Premier League division. With the kind of investments that we are carrying out in sports development, particularly against the backdrop of investing in the 30,000 capacity world-class stadium that is not actually for us today, but it's indeed for the future generation of Bayelsans. And today I want to pass what I said, and I told them when we had the Governor's Prosperity Cup, and it was not a threat. All I wanted them to do was to make sure that they do not go on relegation. But now that they have gone to relegation, Bayelsa United Football Club is hereby disbanded. The board is also disbanded, and the coaches have been sacked, and an interim body that will oversee the affairs of the club will be announced in the nearest future to reorganize Bayelsa United Football Club. Bayelsa United will be reorganized. New coaches will come on board to ensure that in the next football season, we retain our promotion back to the Premier League. So all coaches, players, and board members who are all affected by this order, every property in their possession should be handed over to the Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Sports Development.
This tilts away from Nigerian football, but Fabrizio Romano is reporting that Kukureya has reached verbal agreements, or Real Madrid have reached a verbal agreement to sign Kukureya from Chelsea.
Where is going on? Are Real Madrid
so they have 4 left backs now.
They are
Alvaro Carreras, Fran Garcia, Mendy, and Kukureya. Most likely 2 are going.
It is witch hunting. I think they are witch hunting Barcelona.
Most likely 2 are going. 2 are going to go. I'm thinking maybe Fran. Fran hasn't really seen. No, not really Fran. Alvaro Carreras might go.
He just came in. And he looked like he was their starting left back for most of our season. So I think Frank
Garcia might go. Ferland Mendy has had a injury. Fine fullback. I think the most complete fullback in that Madrid team defensively and going forward. But injury is not his friend, and I think they'll actually have to cut their losses as regards him. But Romano is reporting that Kukureya has reached, Real Madrid have reached a verbal agreement with Chelsea for Kukureya.
So we'll see how that one ultimately plays out. But Henry, I am still going to stick with you about the situation with Bayelsa United. A sad one for the club, but is this what you expected the minute you got the feeling that Bayelsa United were going to go down?
Yeah, I felt, because at the beginning of the season, they started the season well. The MPFL season, they actually started it very, very well.
Yeah,
they were on top at a point in the first 4 or 5 games of the season. Then things just got bad. Monday Odigi was then sacked and all that stuff. I think who came in as the coach later after Odigi was sacked. But the governor made a statement then that everything has been provided and given to this side to actually compete and do well. And we're expecting them to win the league or do well or qualify for the continent.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they got relegated. It just, from there, it just went downhill. Like, it was down and there was no coming back up for Bayelsa United from there. So I'm not surprised this is happening, because the governor would have been so disappointed. I mean, why am I building a 35,000 seater stadium? Yes, we're talking about other sports, because wrestling is one of their key points and strong points and all that stuff. But I mean, we want our team or the state team to be actually playing their games there and all that stuff. So it doesn't bode well to have such a stadium play in the NNL, like what we're seeing with Gosul Akbabi in the NNL. Aqua United didn't come back, so we shouldn't be having that or having that scenario. But man, if you're not supposed to be in the league or you didn't play well enough to be in the league, then you would be in the league. But I'm not surprised that this is happening, because I expected it to happen. I'm even shocked it took this long for it to actually happen, because the governor has put a lot, has spent a lot, and definitely has to be disappointed. I mean, earlier on this season, he went to watch some of their games, so that shows you the sort of keen interest he had or he put in them this season or last season. But it wasn't to be, and that wasn't the case. So I think it's back to the drawing board for Bayelsa United. But just one of those pauses that I knew it was going to happen. I mean, even if they didn't get relegated, they survived or beat the drop one way or the other, because the the performance was so poor towards the poor last season,
But,
especially after
but
they
Henry,
were given a lot
the
and a lot
entire
was
team,
expected of them.
the entire team being disbanded, none of the players are going to be kept, or there's barely any that is going to be kept. The coaching staff, everyone leaving.
There's nothing wrong in rebuilding. If you have to
Yeah.
rebuild and go through youth, there's nothing wrong. I mean, there are academies in Bielsa as well. Utilize those academies, and they've shown that they know how to build and rebuild. Look at what they are doing with wrestling and what Daniel Igali is doing with wrestling over there. How they bring a lot of young wrestlers, and they've brought them through. And we started seeing the Messi Genesis and co and all that stuff. So I mean, you have to look at it and say it's doable if they are willing to actually do it the right way. It might be a necessary step, not immediately, maybe in 2-3 years time you're back in the NPFL, and this time you're strong and you're good enough, you can put up a fight like Ikorodu. We're saying Ikorodu City, privately owned, not as much funding as these state-owned clubs, but they are doing or pulling their weight because I mean they're basically an academy club.
They have to go through the process.
So I mean, maybe Bayelsa United has to go through that process, but it is what it is. I'm not surprised it happened. I actually expected it.
Okay. Yes, that is reports reaching us has confirmed that he is Dongediri, the governor of Bayelsa State, is going to disband the club Bayelsa United and is going to have all coaches, board members, and players affected by that order. But from there, I will jump into the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
We want no Shana winch, I been landing. No matter their plan, no, we go still they fly.
game, but at the end of the day, it went to Vinicius. Talking about the Man of the Match awards, it went to Vinicius. Is it not a sort of reflection on how goal-centered the game has become right now?
Yeah, it's a reflection. It's a clear reflection. Vinicius had a fantastic game also. Don't get me wrong. He had a fantastic game. Man, Boadi was something else yesterday. I was just looking at that boy dictating and running things in the
looking
middle
like
of the
Vitinha
park.
with his head.
Looking like Vitinha, like you got it right.
With his head.
Looking like Vitinha. I can't use the word that is in my head right now. It's not really anymore. He was just running things in the middle of the park yesterday in that game. He took that game by the scruff of the neck. Like, he literally, a midfielder had Guimaraes, Casemiro, and Paqueta. He literally took it and said, this midfield, not my own. Let me get that today. And that's what he literally did. Yeah, I know he helped also to help things easier with his covering or how he covers the ground, but the way the boy took the ball, the confidence, the way he made the game, or the Moroccan team tick. I think Morocco has robbed France in this one. They have actually robbed France. Well, the shops doesn't care. It's leaving after the World Cup. So, but whoever is coming in next for France to care, because France doesn't have a midfielder like that. Like that could have been the X factor for the French national team going forward. But the man switched to Morocco just before the World Cup, and now, I mean, at 17, he was already playing under 21 football. Liverpool tried to sign him in January, but they felt the price Lee was calling was too heavy for the January transfer window. They are still in contact with his agent. Arsenal is there, PSG is there, like,
especially after yesterday.
Before yesterday, they were very interested, but Romano had to come out and reiterate it after the performance yesterday. It shows how much the man is sought after in the among the big teams. The quarters of the big teams, but it was a fantastic performance, and he's just 18. He'll be 19 in October. But
his World Cup debut.
Yeah, he's just 18. His first game at his senior, at his World Cup debut, like his first game on the international scene in a big stage, and he's doing that. He literally put Sofiane Amrabat on the bench, and he has shown why he put Sofiane Amrabat on the bench. He has done that, and I'm actually looking forward to watching Morocco more and actually seeing him play this World Cup. But Morocco has a generational talent on their hands. I just hope he can actually attain the heights or the expectations as we all hope or we all expect of him. And probably that could be their key to dominating African football for a very long time. But fantastic performance from the guy, but from the young man. I've watched him like 2 or 3 times. Played quite well, but I mean, it felt more mature yesterday. It felt more mature yesterday. Fantastic one.
I saw him in the midfield bossing it against Venus Vesda. That was in the playoff rounds of the Europa League. And then I also saw him against Aston Villa too. I think that was in the quarterfinals. So he does already have that quality. He possesses that quality with LOSC Lille. And I've seen lots of reports. Arteta bring him home. Some were calling him the next Liverpool midfielder, so he's definitely going to be a wanted man, particularly after that performance. But Henry also spikes up the topic of players who are being bought after an excellent tournament that they've had.
No, he was being tracked before the World Cup. And just one thing, out of Morocco were the first African side to field a full 11 players on the pitch that no one was actually born in Morocco. The first African side to field an 11-man team on the starting lineup that nobody was born in the country. So but first off, I'm of the opinion do not buy a player based on World Cup performance. But it's not just about the World Cup performance. The man has been tracked since. He has been a lot of clubs, like I mentioned, Liverpool tried signing him in January. But they felt Lille were asking for too much as at the January transfer window. But they've still maintained those line of communications. All these clubs, Arsenal, Liverpool, PSG, were already talking to his agents before the World Cup started. Before we even knew he was going to switch, or before he even switched, or we had an idea he was switching his allegiance to Morocco. They were already so they were already lurking around him based on his performance for LOSC Lille. And because of a lot of us here, a lot of people don't watch the French League or not pay attention if Lille is playing in the Europa League or Conference League, we don't really know the immense talent the boy, no, it's not yet a man, it's still a boy, even if he's legally a man, he's still a boy. We will not know the immense talent the boy has. So you just think it's based on the World Cup performance? No, for him, I don't think it's based on. But I am against signing a player based on the World Cup. I mean, like something Simon said yesterday, they didn't just come out of the blue. They were playing in their respective clubs. The season is a marathon. It gives you a better lens at which to judge what a player can actually give. That the World Cup is a sprint. It used to be 7 games, now it's 8 games. So it's just 8 games. I just need to play my best for 8 games, and I could probably win it, or I could be the best player at the end of the year. But you don't judge a player based on that sprint. You judge a player based on the marathon, what he does in a season, what can he bring. And that, I'm not a fan of signing a player after he performed so well at the World Cup. At the end of the day, most players who perform so well at the World Cup, after they sign them, they never really live up to the heights or expectations that were expected of him. James was a good player. I remember him from his days in Porto, how well he played in Porto. Then went to Monaco, was bossing things, but he went to the World Cup in Brazil and he performed beyond expectations. And
that was what put him on notice.
Yes, Real Madrid splashed about 60 million on him, and he started well, was doing okay, but later fell off and struggled to get back to that level at which we know James, which we felt he should be or he should have been at. So it's one of the fears of signing a player. I mean, we've had multiple, a lot of them, their names are not coming to my mind now, but we've had teams sign players based on performances, and that shouldn't be a benchmark.
One that comes to mind almost recently has to be yet another English club going for, and that will be none other than Manchester United and their affair with a certain Sofiane Amrabat after his performance at the 2022 World Cup. And just before that, he was playing at Fiorentina at the highest level too. So is that really an indicator? Fiorentina at the time were playing European football, were of course still a top side in the Italian Serie A.
I think that could be one of the indicators of how Unai moved to Marseille after the last World Cup, and he hasn't really
lived up to
the expectations of what we saw in the World Cup from Unai. Like you can go on. Like, can I try and remember a lot of the names?
I think Unai is currently at
Girona.
Relegated Girona.
Yeah, he's a relegated Girona. I don't think he'll stay there with them one way or the other, because he performed okay yesterday as well. So somebody will have their eyes on him. But they've been players over the years, Ena Valencia after the 2014 World Cup, who moved to West Ham. He scored all of Ecuador's goals in the World Cup, then moved to West Ham. Didn't live up to expectation. I'm trying as much.
I think he did same, or he did almost same at the 2022 World Cup.
There's too much football memory now. I have to actually sit down and actually start thinking out of it as well. The players that are actually coming to mind very well as regards this, but it's a normal thing. It's something you actually tend to see a lot. You just sign a player based on what you saw in the World Cup, and it doesn't. I'm not a fan of it. Don't sign a player based on what you see in major competitions like the World Cup, AFCON, the Euros, Asian Cup, Copa America. No, those are just one of competitions. They are not. There's not enough basis, or will I say there's not enough roadmap to actually judge what a player could actually give you or offer you for a full season. So I'm not a fan of it at all. Even Jean-Michel Aulas, the former popular president of Lyon, said in his autobiography, was like, there are two things I don't do when I'm in the transfer market: sign a player based on his performance in a major competition or international competition, one, and I never signed Brazilian attackers. They are too overpriced. Those are the two things he said.
That was at the time. Are you sure the narrative has not switched to English players at this point in time?
Brazilian forwards are still overpriced. If a boy of 19 scores 15 goals in the Brasileiro Serie A, trust me, he'll go for like 80 million. So, yeah, Brazilian forwards are definitely still overpriced. And he said you can sign a Brazilian defender, a Brazilian central midfielder, but Brazilian forwards, don't sign them, they're overpriced. They're way overpriced.
And sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and logically, signing a player based on the performance in the World Cup, it doesn't make sense. Or in a major competition, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Now, we do know that that game between Morocco and the Seleção of Brazil ended 1-1, a result that left both teams level on points, left them level on goal difference, on goals scored, and on head-to-head record. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because it forces FIFA's tie-breaking criteria to come into effect. Under FIFA's regulations, when teams cannot be separated by conventional sporting criteria, disciplinary records are considered through the fair play ranking system. So Morocco gained the advantage after completing the match without receiving a single booking. And then Brazil, by contrast, saw Casemiro and Roger Ibanez cautioned during the first half, leaving the Seleção with an inferior disciplinary record and placing them behind Morocco in the group table. Yes, in a group that the Atlas Lions occupies first place at the time, despite the stalemate, and that was right before Scotland got all 3 points versus Haiti to put them top of the group. So the Atlas Lions currently sit second, Brazil, the Seleção of Brazil sits third, and Haiti sits fourth in that group. Now, with the race for qualification still finely balanced, both Morocco and Brazil remain well positioned heading into their remaining fixtures, although the fair play advantage currently gives the North Africans the upper hand in those standings. And now this is where I am just going to reflect back on the African teams so far. Now, from the 10 who are at the World Cup, which is we start with Algeria, there's Cape Verde, there's DR Congo, Egypt, there's Ghana, Ivory Coast, Morocco, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia. Just 2 have played so far in the opening rounds of matches. Henry, Morocco versus Brazil, given everything you watch, took the lead, lost the lead, but they never went behind and just managed to, as much as they did not really get on the front foot, keep things that way. What does that tell for the rest of that group that consists of Scotland, who is their next game on June the 19th, and then Haiti? So it's 1 point for them, but then a Scotland and a Haiti in sight. You still maintain the stance that they come out, and how far do you think they go after seeing their opening game?
It means probably Morocco ends up winning the next 2 games, most likely, barring we see what Qatar did against Switzerland happen, or what Switzerland did to themselves against Qatar happen, because I think they'll beat Haiti. Their next game is against Scotland. I think they'll beat Scotland. If I were Morocco, I'll fancy my chances against Scotland.
Particularly when Scotland have already picked 3.
Yeah,
and
Scotland has picked 3, so I think Scotland are true. And Scotland will make themselves difficult and stubborn to beat, actually. But I think Morocco has enough firepower and enough creativity to beat Scotland. Hopefully, Abde will be back. So we don't get to see Bilal El Kanous play by the left. I didn't like what I was saying. The left just felt so empty seeing El Kanous there. Because the man always tried to drift centrally. Although, in a way, it felt like that's what Huwabi wanted to do, because Diaz started from the right, but it just felt like Onahi dropped deep alongside El Ainui and Boadi to get control of the midfield. Then Kanous and Brahim Diaz went central, which was how, when they picked up the ball in those spaces after they pressed, you just saw Brahim Diaz coming short to receive the ball, and it was a typical example of how they scored, how he was not able to put that ball in between Marquinhos and Gabriel for Saibari D, and Saibari was able to finish. So maybe that's part of the outlook or part of the reasoning for Owabi. But I think if Abde comes back into that team, but I mean, it's quality. They have depth in quality. It's one of the things Shell is complaining about the Super Eagles, that what his name Olise said, Lukman and Victor Osimhen. You can add Chukwueze to the list, you can add Simon Moses to the list, but where is the depth now? Like he talked about, his team got tired against Morocco, but when you're looking at taking off Osimhen and you're bringing on Edin came in, it didn't look like anything dropped. So like you're looking at it, it's like there's no level dropping when changes are making, and that's one problem Super Eagles have. We have about 11 to 15 good players, or 11 to 13 players that can actually step. But just like when these players are in there or someone else comes in, the levels aren't as high. I think defensively, Shell has sorted that out. I know I'm digressing a bit to the Super Eagles. Defensively, it looks like Shell has sorted that out. In the midfield, it looks like he's almost gotten it right. Up front, there's still a lot of work to be done. Maybe with the likes of Femi Aziz and Zadok coming in, that could also add. If Teller can just put his injury issues behind him, that could also be solved. But looking at Morocco, like I said, there's literally no drop-off even when the changes are made. So it just shows the strength in depth they do have. And it's one thing that's probably going to help them going forward, because it might not be El Kanousi's day. You take him off and bring in Murabet. It might not be Diaz's day. You take him off and bring on El Kanous.
Akumak.
Okay, Akumak didn't go to the World Cup, actually. The man didn't go. It might not be Rahimi's day. You bring Saibari's day. You bring in El Kabi, or you bring in Rahimi, or you can decide I'll even drop Saibari outside, because Saibari, the first few times I saw Saibari play PS, we played as a central midfielder, and all of a sudden, and I realized, oh man, this guy is actually versatile. I can play outside, play behind the striker, play as a central midfielder, play as a striker. One of the reasons why
Bayern wants him.
He's very versatile. He's a very versatile player. So he has a lot of energy to burn. He has legs to run for Africa, like some people might want to say, but. So he has his sport with options, and not just having options, it's still quality. I mean, if Buadi drops for Amrabat, you won't really panic, because Amrabat, I mean, the man is a starter for Real Betis. Does it week in, week out in the La Liga, so it's quality, or he's quality enough to actually step in. If one of Shadi Riyad or Issa Diop would probably have not started if Naif Agued was fully fit. But Naif Agued wasn't fully fit, and Issa Diop stepped in and he didn't look out of place. Issa Diop and Shadi Riyad looked okay. So, I mean, it just shows the quality that Morocco possesses. So, I think that's one thing that will go for them. Mohamed Ouabi is sport for choices, and he has the luck and luxury of the fact that the levels will not drop when those players or changes are made during the match, or if injuries or suspension step or come in a game. So, I think that's one thing that's going for Morocco. But you also have to now add also those little X-factor qualities of Ashraf Hakimi, Brahim Diaz. Buadi looks like he's going to be another X-factor key player. And I think Saibari's work rate, his versatility, and his decision making, is a very quick decision maker. Saibari, that's one thing you notice about his game. He doesn't waste the time. That first thing that comes to his mind, he does it. I look at the goal yesterday, made Alisson look so useless.
By deciding to come off his line.
He didn't do the wrong thing. Alisson didn't do the wrong thing, but Saibari made him look so useless and stupid yesterday. I mean, how we just found that space between Gabriel and Marquinhos, and he did what he did. That's Saibari for you. So I think this will be very, very key to how well they perform, and if they can maintain the levels we saw against Brazil, especially from the knockout rounds, that's where it will be very key. But I think they'll cross their group. I have the slight feeling they might even top this group.
They could top the group. Henry, also, how far they could go, just based off that performance. Can they reach the semi-finals like they did last time, or better?
But it's the World Cup, and there's a knockout competition now. If you create chances like they did in the first half, and you can't dispatch one or two, and you find a way to just shut down defensively like they did when they did, and you score. I mean, if you're playing one of the bigger nations, you're playing nations that have a lot of players individual compared to you individually, 1v1, they're still better than you. But as a team, you know how to make it work well. You still have those good players individually, but like, imagine there were moments that they shut down defensively yesterday that Brazil could have capitalized. So imagine you shut down defensively and Messi has a chance to thread a through ball. You're done. You're gone for. Or you shut down defensively and you give Bruno Fernandes or Cristiano Ronaldo the chance one-on-one with your goalkeeper. You're done for. So, but people say, they beat Portugal, they beat Spain at last World Cup. No two World Cups are the same. Let's not forget that. So I think super performance. I am expecting them to reach the semi-final again. I think they will. But like I said, it's the World Cup. I cannot beat my chest and say it will happen like that, like because we could be so surprised they will go and lose to Scotland next game. I remember the last World Cup. I remember seeing Japan. Remember Japan beating Germany in the opening game. Then against Costa Rica, I was looking like, is this the Japan against Germany? And they lost that game by a goal to nothing. They had to beat Spain on the last day to actually cross the group in the last World Cup. So, like I said, it's the World Cup. You can just, and it's football life. You can just go on the pitch that day and have an off day, and it doesn't work for you, and your opponent beats you. But
okay, high expectations, or a very, very high ceiling set for the Atlas Lions of Morocco. Yes, the very conflicted champions of Africa as it stands, although a lot of persons will not refer to them as that.
The champions, honestly. I don't.
It leaves a very awkward taste now if you have to describe
I don't see them
as champions.
I'm just seeing Morocco as I'm just saying Senegal as champions. I don't see them as champions, but well, we wait for CAS to actually give its own verdicts, and if it doesn't favor anyone, you go to the Swiss court, and whatever the Swiss court decides is what we're stuck with as champions for the 2025 African Cup of Nations. But I'm not. I don't see them as champions. But I think I was impressed. I wasn't hit watching. Like I was watching against South Africa. I wasn't watching yesterday. I just wanted to watch the game, and I wanted to see what they could do against Brazil, and I was impressed, and I felt like they can go a long way with what I saw yesterday.
Okay, now we'll jump straight into South Africa, and of course, there's still the issue of the Moroccans not fielding any number 9s, and I'll go right into that one. But first of all, we have to head to the market to pay some bills. But when we return, we are going to continue with the review of the African teams who have already played. That's two of them, Morocco and South Africa, on the opening day, and then we have the issue of about 3 African teams lining up to take center stage in the next 24 hours or so. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
There comes a moment when God breathes fresh strength into his people. A moment when faith rises, purpose is renewed, and lives are transformed. That moment is here. Join us for Refuel Conference 2026 at the King's Assembly as we gather under the theme Unstoppable. Experience 5 powerful days of worship, revelation, impartation, and life-changing encounters with God. Ministering are Pastor Chris Ugo, Pastor Yemisu Ugo, Dr. Sam Adeyemi, Bishop David Abioye, Pastor Tola Odutola, Reverend George Izua, and music by New Song and Minister Moses Bliss. Date, June 17th to 21st, 2026. Venue, The King's Assembly, 58 Tombia Road, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. It's more than a conference, it's a divine appointment, a time to be refreshed, a time to be empowered, a time to become unstoppable. Refuel Conference 2026. For more information, visit thekingsassembly.org/refuel. See you there.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
All right, thank you for staying there with us. This is still Today 95.1 FM, and this is still Today Sports Live, the marathon edition for Sunday. Yes, and right before we left, we were reviewing post-match reactions from that Morocco 1-0 draw against the Seleção of Brazil. And Henry, one thing strikes me very, very significantly in that game. It was, as you did expand, I don't know if I would call it the brilliance of Ismail Saibari or what exactly the head coach has in mind regarding team selections. Because one, there is no Yusuf Enyezri who sent Portugal out at the last World Cup. There is no Yusuf Enyezri, but there's still Ayoub El Kabi, and there is still a Soufiane Rahimi to choose from. And Ayoub El Kabi impressed at the African Cup of Nations, scoring 4 goals and having a handful of assists, I think about 2 in that tournament. So why has he not looked for a central player to fit into that side? Because that further helps push Olise's narrative of needing a killer instinct up front, that if they had a Victor Osimhen, they would have done damage to the Seleção of Brazil. Do you go with that narrative? And is there a change? Is there need for any change?
I think Rahimi, I think it was the highest goal scorer in the UAE last season, and it was the highest goal scorer in the Asian Champions League at the time.
2 seasons ago.
2 seasons ago. But Ayoub El Kabi scored 10 goals in the Conference League when Olympiacos reached the final. I think they won it. They won it under Mendeiba. So decent strikers, but are they world class? Nah, even the necessary. They're not world class. I mean, I think Jackson has a better reputation than those two. You look at someone like Victor Osimhen. I think I'll even probably put my money on a fit Taiwo Awoniyi ahead of El Kabi and Rahimi. You have to look at some of the other some other 1 or 2 African countries I could say that possess 1 or 2 lethal finishers. Mohamed Salah is there for the Egyptian national team. Those two are actually doing well for what's their name for their respective clubs, but I don't think they might be necessarily up to the world. Not I don't think they are not world class or the world class level. And I think maybe even the Saibari thing was for tactical reasons in order to aid the press. I think it's more of tactical. Actually, it's not like he can't actually, or Wabi cannot reply or rely on El Kabi and all that stuff. But I think it's more of tactical reasons for Wabi why he actually made that change. When I saw the lineup, I was like, okay, what is this man thinking? I know Saibari can play as a striker, so in my head it was the one that came straight up to my head or to my mind that he will be the one starting up front or be the one to actually lead the line. I mean, this man won the Under-20 World Cup, Wabi. He's coached, he served as assistant he's literally worked in Belgium all his life, served as an assistant for Anderlecht for years, coached the youth.
Second team or the second African side to have featured in the World Cup so far. Yes, because we have 2, and that is Morocco, who played out a 1-1 draw, and the second is the Bafana of South Africa. We're just going to look at them very, very quickly. Yes, they featured on the opening day versus Mexico, in where they lost by a, should we say, a narrow 2-0 defeat. It looked like a narrow scoreline, but it was anything but narrow out there on the pitch of play. Blessing. South Africa lost 2-0, and we are looking at their chances going into the next round. Now, they play Czech Republic up next, and after that, they finish up with South Korea June 18th and June 24th, respectively. You're down with a 2-goal margin or a minus 2-goal difference, and you also have 0 points on the scoreboard. What are their chances against Czech Republic, who are also hunting their first points, and against the South Korea, who looked very impressive, versus the Czechian club, the Czechian side?
First of all, Alex, if I remember or if I get flashbacks of that match versus Mexico, I get so annoyed with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They pay me like let's leave that. South African side versus Mexico, they were terrible. Very, very terrible. They were so scared. You could see it in the way they were playing. They were so scared. We have to give it up for Rowan Williams, because Rowan actually saved them a whole lot, and they would have gotten more than 2 goals from the Mexicans. But the goalkeeper was there. The chances of them going forward, South Korea is not a small side. I watched them, and they know how to build from the back.
Yeah.
They are more confident than this South African side in the World Cup, based on what we have seen South Africa play. South Korea is more confident than them. They are sitting second on the table. They are better than South Africa. The next people that they are going to be playing, South Africa is going to be facing
Czech.
Yes, Czech Republic. And then these people, they are good at set pieces. I watched them against South Korea. And the goal they got, I was so surprised the way it went from, I don't know if they would go forward. Opta has already said they have a 0.86% chance of going to the next round. And I agree. I don't even know where the 86% is coming from, based on what I've seen against what they played against Mexico.
Yeah.
The individual brilliance of the players, I think it was just 2 players for me. I expected Thabo Mokena to be more in the game. He was not there. Pesitao, I expected more from him too, but he was not there. For me, the standout player is Rowan Williams, and he was their goalkeeper. The least he can do is just save some chances. South Africa going forward, I really do not see that. I think this is the end of the road for them. They should just come back to Africa.
So they do not progress past the group stages.
No, I do not see that.
Okay, now, from there we will head over to look at the other sides, the other African sides, but specifically or on a closer lens, it's going to be in 24 hours time. 3 African teams will take to the pitch, and I'm going to come to you, Osas, with this one, because first off, we're going to have Ivory Coast. They're going to be playing Ecuador by breaking hours of tomorrow morning, the early hours of tomorrow morning. We're also going to have still around that same timeline, it's going to be Tunisia against Sweden. And then finally, in the space of that 24-hour timeline, like I did mention, it's going to be the Pharaohs of Egypt against the Red Devils of Belgium. So we're just going to very quickly look at the chances of these African sides going into these games. Now, Ivory Coast, we'll start off with them. 2 editions ago, they won the African Cup of Nations, and since then they have only continued to give more and more impressive performances. I think we could note back to that a 2-1 win over France. As much as a lot of persons will call it a friendly, I saw France start a really good side with the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Michael Olise too, playing in that game too. And Ivory Coast were able to show their attacking quality, which is sort of the thing that they've always been hailed for in recent years. They're going to be playing against an extremely defensive side in Ecuador. Osas, how do you see that game going forward, first of all? And then the rest of the group, Germany and Curacao. How important is it for them to start well against Ecuador, who is a side that counters their attacking style of football with defense tactics? And how well is that going to help them when they face out against Germany and consecutively against Curacao?
I think for the game against Ecuador, which comes up later on, we'll call that early hours of tomorrow morning. It should be a must-win game for Ivory Coast. See, you're as good as how well you start. That's exactly how it is. Not always a preacher or believer of those who start poorly and try to get themselves back into contention in a group like this. Now, see, this group is call that the group E of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It's a group where I expect the Ivorians, if not top that group, they should come in second in that particular group, because it's not a group as tight or a group that could be called a group of death. The German side have not also been as explicit and very much impressive as the name Germany should be. They have just been there. Yeah, a powerhouse in the world of football, but still trying to find their feet under coach Julian Nagelsmann. So it's been a German side that I wouldn't want to say are the outright favorites in that particular group. For the Ivorians, they've got a chance against the Ecuadorians. Not much of a team that you could say one built to push basically above their weight at this point. Yeah, they've got some players, one or two players who are probably in good form at this point. The likes of Valencia up front, Ena Valencia. Yeah, I think I saw him in the last World Cup.
Yeah, scored 3 goals for
scored 3 goals
Ecuador.
In the last one. I can remember him. So yeah, a good addition to that side. English Premier League winner Piero Hincapié is part of that. Moses Caicedo from Chelsea is part of that one. Also, Estupinan, formerly with Bayern Munich, right now in the Italian Serie A, is part of that one also. Pacho,
William Pacho, Champions League winner.
They are Champions League winner. So they are basically built to be a defensive side. And does Ivory Coast have the quality to hit them hard, maybe get a goal? Yes, I think the Ivorians, they've got quality in the likes of Josand, in the likes of
Amad
Diallo.
Yeah.
It's also in that one. Diomande is also part of that one. Ibrahima Sangare is also part of that one. So these are forward players that can hit and get the goals. And one thing about the Ivorians is, as good as they are offensively, they are also good defensively. So if they get to score the Ecuadorians first off, they can hold on to it and see off that game. We've got the likes of Due, Singo, and Conan in the heart of the defense that can help through holding on that particular one for the Ivorians. So I think for the Ivorians, starting very well is very important. What I mean starting very well, not even going for a draw against the Ecuadorians, because if you get a victory against the Ecuadorians, you can have some sort of relaxation, Liza, and hold on to that equalizer. So it's what football is at this point. So I may not be expecting Germany to beat Curacao explicitly 5-0, 6-0, because that's how football is. And if they don't beat Curacao with so much goals, they want to turn up against anyone that comes after Curacao. Beat Ivory Coast, beat Ecuador. They want to turn up against them because they need the goals. Because now, see, this FIFA World Cup is a World Cup of goals. That's why I can't remember the particular FIFA World Cup where goals were very stingy. Was that 2010? Was that 2010 or 2014? The goals did not come in the group stages. It's a dicey situation because you want to come out that way, you leave yourself open at the back. So that's why I'm saying the Ivorians should take every game, most especially this very first game, as serious as even the World Cup final, because you get all 3 points against Ecuador. It gives you that bit of relaxation going into other games. Even when you come up against Germany wants to come out. So you can easily say, I want to sit back and hit them on the counter. You have nothing to lose. You just sit back, soak up the pressure, hit them on the counter. And that could be a start for another African team going far again in the FIFA World Cup. As I listened to what Blessing said, for South Africa, they are coming back. They are coming back.
Osas, you're back with your back.
Yes, they are coming back.
They are coming back home.
They are coming back home to their jobs and probably their ladies. So they'll come back. And that's one out of the 10 Africa has to offer. For now, I can only beat my chest and say Morocco, Senegal. Maybe Ivory Coast I could join. I could add up. Ghana has a fair chance.
They're in a favorable group.
Yes, in a favorable group. They've got a fair chance.
Egypt
But
too.
you know, the Ghanaians have a problem with the World Cups. Apart from the 2010 World Cup, You see Ghana come to the World Cup in a group where you expect them to push above their weight. They will go there and they will fold in front of teams like maybe South Korea, fold in front of teams like maybe Colombia. They do these things. So if I don't want to put my money on Ghana because over time they've shown me that they are not very much reliable.
Yeah, I'm just going to go from there and just jump right into Tunisia because they play the next one. Now, Japan and Netherlands face off early today. And in that group, there is a certain Tunisia who have not looked as impressive. And they're going to be playing Sweden in the opening hours of, in the early hours of tomorrow morning. How do you see that match versus Victor Gyökeres versus Alexander Isak and the likes of very elite attackers? How do you see that game going? It's yet another attack versus defense matchup.
Yeah, Tunisia have not been impressive in the build-up to this FIFA World Cup. We've seen them get bashed by, that was Belgium?
Yeah,
got bashed
5-0.
by Belgium 5-0. And before that one, I'm trying to look at some of the games that they had before now. That's talking about Tunisia. Okay, let me
they lost 1-0 to a 10-man Austrian.
Yeah. So they lost that one for Tunisia. Coming into this particular World Cup, they've not been impressive. Even in the African Cup of Nations, Tunisia were not impressive. Yes. So you can see a couple of unimpressive or not impressive performances before the World Cup. Tunisia is another team that knows how not to perform in the World Cup. I don't think Tunisia has broken beyond the second round. I think the best they've gotten is the second round of the World Cup. They've not broken beyond that. So for the Tunisians, I'm not expecting much from them in this particular one. It's a group littered with heavyweights. Japan, Netherlands. I know I called Japan first. I didn't even call Netherlands first. I know I called Japan.
Everybody
first.
has that respect for the samurais.
Yes, because they are a team. Go and look at South Korea when they played. That was Czechia.
Yeah.
You could see clearly that the South Koreans were telepathic. They were technological in their play. They knew exactly what they were doing. And the South Koreans, the Japanese, I don't want to call the Chinese in that group, but you see these two, the South Koreans and the Japanese, they know how to play some sort of electronic kind of football. And the Japanese have mastered it over the years. Watch them play. They play a fluid kind of football. And that fluid kind of football, most teams find it difficult containing it. That's why I'm looking at the Japanese as that dark horse in that group. They might end up topping that group. The Netherlands, the Tunisians are no match for the Netherlands. So the Tunisians might have to settle for what we call a third place finish. And are you struggling with Sweden? Not at this point. We saw what the Swedish team did to the Polish team in that playoffs.
Yeah.
When it was needed the most, they stood up.
They delivered.
They delivered. So in this group, I don't see Tunisia having a chance. And that's me. Tunisia might not have a chance.
Okay. And from there, I'll just head over to Blessing. Blessing, very quickly. The Pharaohs of Egypt against Belgium. That is the last of the three African sides who are set to take to the field in 24 hours time, or in a 24-hour span. So, the Pharaohs of Egypt versus the Red Devils of Belgium.
Well, the Pharaohs, they have been a put together side. We saw them during the last AFCON. They were fourth. Yeah, they were fourth. They played the third place match against Nigeria. Though they lost that one. Coming in with Mohamed Salah, their points man, and against a Belgian team. Belgium is not new in the world of football. They are a strong side in the world of football. I really cannot give a scoreline to that. I don't even know how that will pan out really, but I would say a draw. draw.
It's a fair result.
It's a fair result, both for both sides.
Okay. All right. Now it's time to just very quickly of whatever minutes we have left here from you. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. SMS and WhatsApp at 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. Everything on the focus for today with Edo Queens being crowned the champions of the NWFL 2025-2026 season. Yes, alongside Sunday Ulysses claim that Morocco would have put 3 past Brazil if they had the likes of Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen starring that front line. Yes, alongside sort of a review for the African teams who have played so far and the 3 set to feature in a 24-hour span. But yes, that is as much as we can take on the show today. My name is Kabari Alexander, and I did this with Henry Ogugo. I did this with Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, and with Blessing Thompson. Up next is the news updates. Yes, and you can catch us tomorrow by 6:30 for Sports Attack, and consequently for the Today Sports Live edition by 3 p.m. I'm Kabari Alexander, and on behalf of the guys in the studio, I'm saying stay blessed, stay lifted, and don't touch that dial.